Hello to anyone that is listening. I thought I'd do a video on aliens and not demons because I still get people coming on saying aliens are demons and demons are real and aliens are not real. So I thought I'd just sort of do a whole video, a whole live chat on this particular subject, because obviously I've got a bit of knowledge of what the original translations were of demons, but unfortunately the people that just blurt out that no, there's no such thing as aliens, they're demons, they do not seem to have the comprehension that there's no such thing as a demon. And sorry if you believe there's a demon, but it is just like a monster. You cannot describe a monster because it is just a generic thing that you're scared of, and the same goes for a demon. So when I have these people saying to me I'm wrong and that aliens are demons, then I thought to myself, well, again, if we travel to another planet, are we demons? We're not demons. Well, I mean, there's few of us on this planet that probably are demons, but so, if we travel to another planet, thereby we are now aliens, but according to these people, we're not. There's no such thing as aliens, it's demons. So in which case, we're now demons, because you can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, everything else that goes from one planet to another is a demon, but when we do it, you just see what I mean? You can't. They don't help. Someone's asked, are aliens good? Well, that depends on your definition. So, for example, if you took that person was, let me just make it bigger. OG had asked that question. And OG's wrote also, sorry, I read the next bit, all creatures. Yeah, same thing as creatures, isn't it? It's, describe a creature to me. You're right, you're spot on. Yeah, I use monsters as an analogy, but yeah, creatures, it's what's your creature look like compared to my creature. But the alien, so for example, if you took a cat to a vet's, that cat will think you're evil because you're taking it somewhere it doesn't want to go. Same as a cattle, for example, you're picking up a cattle, you're tranquilizing it, you put it under anesthetic, you're doing an operation on it, but to you, you're doing it for the right reason. But for them, all they know is, you're chasing them around the house, trying to put them in a bath or trying to take them. So you think you're doing it for the right reason. The same sort of goes for some of the aliens out there. They're doing it for sometimes our benefit, such as the Zetas. They were trying at one point, from the 40s till I would say mid 80s. They were really trying to push us to learn more about our planet and what we're doing to it. And I say mid 80s because that was around the time that we started to fly our own back-end engineered craft. And of course, once we had the capabilities to be up there with them, it made it a little bit harder for them to come and abduct people. And so they were abducting us, but teaching us, and then wiping our memories so that in the morning we'd wake up thinking, do you know what, I must save the planet, I must go. And so it's, but if you woke up during their time or realised that you was abducted, you will sorry, someone's just says that someone's trying to invite themselves to the live. I only really talk to people, forgive me. It's because I sort of cover a hell of a lot of subjects, and I'd hate to have someone on that. And forgive me, I don't know who you are, but if they only sort of just said, "Oh, aliens are demons," and that's all they could offer to the conversation. So I do try and like to talk to people beforehand. Vortex wrote, "My next door neighbour's child is a demon." So I suppose now's a good time to tell you what a demon actually translates to in the ancient texts, because not many people bother reading the ancient texts. So if you've followed any of my videos, you know that I a hell of a lot of stuff. So the actual ancient word for demon, we translate, basically it meant a meteorite. That was all it was. So when a meteorite came down, the translation that we ended up with was demon. Now you got to remember the original wording was Sumerian. That's where the word that we translated into demon came from. But of course, then you've got the Babylonians and the Aramaics and then the Hebrews all copying from the Sumerian texts. So you end up with something that's coming from above, heaven, or as we know, the ancient text said heaven, but we, in our wisdom, have decided that heaven is a place where angels are, which again, angels is messengers in the Hebrew, or if you go back to the original cuneiform tablets, messenger, angels were just another name for the Anunnaki. And that's why if you go by the archangels, they were pilots. Just go back and reread any old ancient literature, such as the Bible, or even further back, and you'll find that the archangels are the ones that come down, pick up Ezekiel, for example, and take him off to the space. But they don't say space, they say heaven. But we've turned that. And for example, there was the Book of Enoch that actually says above the firmament. Now, bearing in mind, they'd already spoke about the firmament, saying that they struggled to get through it compared to Mars. So that means Mars has got a dome on it. Or is it the atmosphere? Yes, ding ding, well done, you got it right. So the actual translation was atmosphere. So the Book of Enoch says, and I quote, above the firmament, in heaven, we can see the stars. So of course, if we can see the stars, that means that we can see heaven. But of course, we can't see heaven because it's no such thing as heaven. It's actually space. And if you go with clairvoyants, mediums, and spiritualists, they will tell you that there's no such thing as heaven. The good ones, the fake ones will. The good ones will tell you there's only higher and lower frequencies. So next time you go to a clairvoyant, ask them if they believe in heaven. And if they say yes, walk away. Seriously, walk away. No point in dealing with that, because heaven is space. You just go back and reread the text. Because, for example, Enoch and Ezekiel both went up without dying to heaven in a chariot that made a thunder sound like a waterfall. And you can guess where I'm quoting that from. The book of Ezekiel. So that's just one of the translations where they talk about the loud sounds, etc. And bear in mind, the book of Ezekiel talks about the craft that they went up in had wings and wheels that could actually turn all the way around, which is quite fascinating. Now, whether or not that was a propeller blade that they thought was wheels, I don't know. But because they do talk about a whirlwind craft back then in the ancient times. So Kia has wrote, thanks for the invite. I think it automatically invites. Bean has wrote, then who were the alien makers? So what happens there is someone will say who created the aliens, because if it's not God, then someone has to have created it. And I don't know if you're aware, but we are made up of chemicals. There's no getting around it. We're carbon-based, but we're still made up of chemicals. Now, if many chemicals got together many years ago, we're talking billions of years ago, thanks to the tide, because if it was a stagnant water, that means it doesn't move, the chances of these chemicals bashing together and actually creating something like a single-celled organism was probably impossible. So thanks to the moon, and yes, it was there all the time. It says so in the ancient text, the Umm Elish, that's in the British Museum, that predates the Bible by thousands of years, and actually talks about the Anunnaki. The list goes on. But yes, so who created God would be my answer to who created aliens. But bearing in mind, it could have just been chemicals, because there's chemicals in all sorts of things we know, because we can create lead, and we can create bronze, and we can create all sorts of manner of different things from different things. And you'll probably say, well, that was all just metals. But you can create things with different chemicals. So over a long period of time at the right conditions, then yes, it's possible. This mighty Hurty Fields has wrote, aliens are just like us and are from unknown lands. I'm guessing you mean planets, because obviously you're not. Hopefully, you're not talking about the extra bit of land that um, Admiral Byrd mentioned when he didn't actually mention extra land. He just said there's more land beyond what they was expecting, which was, if you do your homework and research, you'll realise that that was actually where Scott of the Antarctic had went. That's the furthest that they had actually ever gone, until Admiral Byrd went there with a plane that could actually go further and come back with one tank of fuel. So, but unfortunately, people on the internet don't want to see that. They just go with the, he said extra land, therefore the Earth's flat. That's what they do. That's exactly how they got to that conclusion. And of course, then they took the firmament, which, as we know, is atmosphere, and they said, well, there's a dome over the flat Earth. And I don't know how they come up with these ideas. I mean, I could go back and pick out words. Bear in mind, I probably know a little bit more than most on certainly Sumerian stuff. I could pick out words that you'd never heard of before and say, there you go, that's a stairway to another planet, or that's a portal. I could make up any old thing, because you guys, unless you go back and research like I do, people on the internet believe the people that come out with extra land. And now Admiral, I could go into way more detail than what I have on Admiral Byrd. I can go into a lot more detail on a lot of things. And this is
someone has sent you a WhatsApp.
MKB has wrote aliens are fallen angels. Again, the problem with that is it's all to do with research. If you did your research, I'm not knocking you, it's not your fault you haven't. But I do take umbrage to when people sort of come out with as if it's a matter of fact, like aliens are fallen angels. Technically, you're right, because they were the Iggy, and if you know who they are, which if you don't, then that's why you have come to your conclusion. But the Iggy are part of the Elohim. Hang on a minute, that's gods, isn't it? That's what it said in the Bible. We're correct. It is, well, it's a race of beings called the Elohim, which when 900 in total came to Earth, they got the nickname by their own king, King Anu, as the Anunnaki, which basically translates those from heaven, which we all hopefully have been listening, know that should be space, those from space that came to Earth. And the Aigi translates into watching or watchers, which, if you didn't know that, you should start researching instead of telling me that aliens are fallen angels. Anyway, the Aigi, after Marduk, which I don't know if you know who Marduk is, but he was one of the sons of the Anunnaki, Enki. He was about to get married to a human. Long story. Watch my videos if you don't know, or go and research. But he was about to get married, and he at one point was in charge of the Aigi on Mars, and they were on Mars because there was an away station that would help the gold get transferred back to Nibiru. And he invited them down. And when they finally came, thanks to who I think possibly was Lucifer, long story, we won't go into that now. Anyway, they came down, but their intention wasn't to go to the wedding. Their intention was, bearing in mind they'd been on Mars without any women for a couple of 100,000 years, they wanted human women. Or women. So they came down and stole human women. They came down to Mount Sinai, if I remember correctly. Bearing in mind, that does actually say that the fallen angels, and fallen is just a name for disowned, dishonourable. But of course, if you don't research, you'll just assume that they're characters with wings flying around that can suddenly turn into physical beings, because they did end up having relationships with. And bearing in mind, if they're fallen angels, if you're going to go along with the biblical version, which obviously the Bible does copy the Anunnaki's text, but obviously gets it wrong because it's a copy of different languages all the way down to Hebrew. But let's just say they are the sons of God. So in other words, God has angels as sons. How's that work? It doesn't quite work, does it? Bearing in mind, Jesus, as far as I was aware, was only supposed to be the only son of God. And when Jesus was created for our sins, or to spread the word, why didn't he get his other sons, the fallen angels? Yeah, you see where I'm going with that. So it does make more sense that, because luckily we've got this written in stone tablet that predates the Bible and literally talks about the Anunnaki, you kind of have to agree that they are the fallen angels, which is just another translation that we've got wrong. C has, that's CEE, has wrote, aliens are us from the future and trying to warn us of impending doom if we don't change our course. Now, I used to believe that, actually. For I don't know, 20 odd years, I believed that. So, you know, I can totally understand why you think that. First of all, you've got to realise that there's more than one type of alien race out there. So when you say it's us from the future, are we the reptilians? Are we the praying mantis? Are we, you know, the Zetas? Are we the tall whites? Are we the Pleiadians and Nordics? And so on and so on and so on. So you can't just say they're us from the future, because bearing in mind there's different races. So then you have to say, okay, well, which one would it be? So you'd probably ask me, and I'd say, well, if it was going to be any, it would probably be the Zetas, because the Orion Greys are robotic or android. So then you say, oh, well, there you go. That's so the Zetas are us from the future, but it doesn't actually work out that way. Trust me, I've done 40 years of research. However, I used to believe that, you know, with the six fingers and everything else, and I used to think that, I even looked into, you know, are we getting more and more six fingers, and are they getting chopped off at birth? And, you know, the statistics did show that we was getting six fingers at birth. But then again, if you did what I did, I thought, well, I can't just go with that. I have to see if there's other deformities of some description that's, you know, I can't just say, well, I found the answer, therefore six fingers, that equals the Zetas, therefore that's us from the future. I then looked into other issues that people would have as being born, and there's so many more that outnumber the six fingers. So I realised, okay, I can't use that as a definitive reason that would be us. So yeah, okay, just moving on. Chris has wrote, what was the latest results from the CERN experiment? I haven't been following it. I've been working on the Anunnaki movie that's due to have information put out shortly. So I haven't been... But bearing in mind, when they first turned CERN on, they did so and told everyone about it in the newspaper. However, 2 years prior to that is when they actually really turned CERN on. So if you can use a bit of logic and say, if CERN was telling the truth and turned it on there and then, and something went wrong anywhere around on the planet, who are we going to blame? Regardless of whatever it was that happened, who are we going to blame? It will be CERN. So they turn it on prior to letting us know that they've turned it on, so that they know that, first of all, if something went wrong, no one will blame CERN. Hey, we've got it off. We're not due to turn it on till... Do you see what I mean? So it's just logic, really. Elvis has wrote extraterrestrial meaning more land. Okay, that sounds like someone that's going along with the extra land that's only in Antarctica, and therefore the Antarctic Treaty is to do with the extra land, and that therefore that's a flat Earth. Even though when I asked to see pictures behind Australia of the flat Earth, they say no, it's in Australia, it's in Antarctica, and I said no, I want to see a picture behind Australia, and then they say, well, you can't. Why not? Well, you get warned off. All right, 100 years ago, before you had the amount of ships that could have warned us off, and satellites, why ain't we got pictures then? Well, you didn't have cameras. We did, actually. Well, this is what I actually get, honestly. There's storms. You can't get past... Well, show me pictures, videos of the storms. Well, you can't, because it's all in Antarctica. And that's what I get, literally. It goes round and round and round. Billy's wrote, aliens are fallen angels, don't be fooled. Hopefully Billy's now been educated that the fallen angels are the Ayigi. It basically translates into watchers, and it predates the Bible, and angels are just another name for the Anunnaki that we've translated wrong, just like heaven and space. MK's wrote, they want to steer you away from the word of God. Oh, you should join my live chat next Saturday at 5 p.m. If anyone's interested, I am doing a live chat with a lady, and I put up a video saying, would anyone like to debate with me about God and the Bible? And I will debate back, as the Bible's referring to the Anunnaki, because we've actually got the tablets I can point to them in the British Museum, and the British Museum's read them out. So we kind of got the tablets that predate the Bible. But anyway, no one, of course, 10,000 people watched my videos of me saying, please, I beg, someone debate with me, because no one ever will. And finally, a woman actually turned around and says, I'll give it a go. So you want to join next week when I start quoting things, and hopefully this lady quotes things, and we'll see where it takes us, see whether or not the word of God, bearing in mind, I'm sure you've probably not read this, but the Book of Enoch actually says that the Anunnaki said, yes, the Anunnaki in the Book of Enoch, which the Book of Enoch should have actually been in the Bible. It was taken out, and the only people that have it is Ethiopia now as part of the Bible. Interesting that. But hey, if you've not read it, I'll tell you one of the bits where it says, man should not change our word. In fact, written word, to be fair, it says. And then it says, but they will. And that's where you're getting steer you away from when you're saying man should not change the word of God. And in fact, obviously the Bible's been changed many a time. So why are we not? Why are people not going up in arms about that? Seriously, I mean, you know, if you 100% believe in an almighty being, and he wrote, well, or he didn't write the tablets, but because obviously they got Enki's name and Enlil's name and everything else in it, so we can't go with the tablets. But let's just say somehow people decided to write the Bible based on forgetting the copy of the tablets, but let's just that they heard the stories then. And it says we shouldn't be changing the word of God. So, but we have. So why is the Vatican? Why is any religion not having up in arms about that? They just let that one slide, and I think that's really bad. Because I get moaned at when I say something. I get moaned at by people that read the Bible, but they're not moaning at the people that's changed it. So, King James supposedly was a Freemason. Seriously, so and I'm the one that gets blamed. Bean has wrote, who were the creators of aliens? Well, first of all, I did mention earlier that it's possible, I think it's the same person asking the same question, possible that we were chemicals, because we are chemicals, that all bashed into each other. That makes sense. And obviously, there's a thing called panspermia, which I'm sure you're totally aware of. So I won't bore you with what it is, but you're obviously smart enough to ask that question about who created aliens. You're probably smart enough to know a thing called panspermia, which does actually make sense. So because I've already covered that earlier, I won't dwell on that one. Weto's wrote, aliens are us from the future. Someone already said that. Again, I did believe that, but after 40 odd years of research, I'm sure you haven't done 40 years. I'm not knocking you. I'm just saying, when you finally get to the conclusion that you realise, no, it's not us from the future. Ben keeps asking that same question, who made, because obviously I was behind on the messages. Just scrolling down. Lorenzo has wrote, have you seen any aliens before? I was on my own on a business meeting in Tunisia, second night there in the hotel. Phone went 12 o'clock, midnight. It was because I deal with films, it was a line producer sent me a message about what I was going to be doing the next morning. I looked at it, thought, what a sod sending me at 12 o'clock. I went back to sleep, and I could then, with, I don't know, no time at all, I could hear myself saying, please leave me alone, please leave me alone, please leave me alone. I'm thinking to myself, why am I saying that? Just about squinted, bearing in mind the room was mostly dark. My arm was hanging off the edge of the bed. And I think I saw something there that was smallish and shaped like what we know as a grey. I know it sounds stupid because obviously I've been researching this, and I hate it when researchers say that they think they've seen. Anyway, cut a long story short, it walked back towards the end of the bed. I think there was a second one there. They both walked round the corner towards where the toilet was. And as soon as they walked round, my arm sprang back up because clearly I was trying to move it. So I was literally paralysed. I couldn't, it was just about open my eyes. Looked at my, sat up and looked at my phone, and it was 2 minutes past, which straight away I thought there was no time for me to have had an REM sleep there in that period. So I don't know. I don't want to hypnotise because I don't like the idea of not being in control. Mummy has wrote, I agree. I'm not sure what that was referring to, but thank you. Josh has wrote, Christians will do anything but listen to something that contradicts their beliefs. Which is, yeah, I guess that's why I struggled with trying to find one person out of 10,000 that would actually debate with me regarding the Bible. But luckily we've got someone, so I am looking forward to it, because I've tried to talk to Jehovah's Witnesses. I've tried to talk to people that preach in the streets, and when I go up to them, even whoever I'm with, my girlfriend or whoever at the time, will try and pull me away, and I'm trying to explain stuff and ask them questions, because I genuinely want to know, are they so, do they get told only to read the Bible and disregard anything else, like as you say? I want to know these questions. Are they allowed to think outside the box? Are they allowed to understand that there's older text? I don't know, because no one wants to talk to me, but finally I have. Mathers wrote, I think that us from the future just evolved and they have time travel and technology. Again, like I say, I looked into that. I believed that for a very long time until I kept doing more and more research on them and found out no. The closest that we would have had would have been the Zetas. I know you could say, well, hang on a minute, the Anunnaki look like us, the Palladians look like us, and so on and so on. But we look like them. So who's to say that, the human form isn't... In fact, scientists did do studies 10 years, probably 15 years ago, to see what the best form is for being sort of the apex predator stroke, having the ability to, move on up in the chain of evolution. And it was a bipedal figure, two arms, two legs, and the head with two facing forward eyes. So, as much as we think it's uncommon, clearly it's doesn't seem to be. Bean keeps asking that question. Shash has wrote, reptilians are definitely demonic, but not all. So again, going back to the whole point of the aliens are demons. Demons, the original translation was meteorite, which no one bothers going back looking up. And second of all, to me, something that's evil that we're not aware of really what they are is what is demon. Same as a monster. You can't tell me what a monster is. You'll just, you could... Well, look at Monsters, Inc., for example. How many different types of monsters were there? So each monster is different, because you can't describe a monster because until you describe it. So Bigfoot at one point was probably a monster, simply because it didn't have a name and it was a scary thing. And same goes with demons. There's to me, a demon is someone that's a billionaire, lives in America, buys up farmland, has lots of windows. That's my take on what a demon is, but your take is something different, and therefore, because there's not a specific type of demon, you have called the reptilians, bearing in mind that you've already got a name for them, the reptilians. So you're now saying reptilian. So in other words, you can't say reptilians are demon or demonic, because they've already got their own category. That's the thing. I remember seeing a program once, and they said as soon as you categorize something, it changes. So in other words, if we didn't know about a monster, we knew nothing about it, and that's it. But as soon as you categorize it and say, right, well, it's a Bigfoot, it changes, and it's not a monster anymore, because it's now got a description, and therefore the reptilians have got a description. You may be scared of them, and they may do horrible things, just like some people do. There's people out there that's evil, want to depopulate the planet and everything. Are they demonic? Do you see what I mean? So this mighty truth has wrote aliens are from other side of the ice wall. If there was such a thing as an ice wall. Obviously, the pictures that we see are just an ice shelf off of Antarctica. It's all the same bloody picture. Obviously, of course, the ice wall melts. But when I say show me a picture of an ice wall behind Australia, do you know what they do? They can't say it. They come out with all that baloney. Forgive me, but it is baloney. When I say show me a picture, you say, well, you get warned off. Then I say, well, show me a picture from 100 years ago when we had cameras and no one was patrolling the whole of the circumference. Show me then, because that would have been, news back then. Hey, everybody, we've been sailing around and we've now come across, we've been following this ice wall all the way around and we're back where we started. That news would have spread like wildfire, but it never did, and I wonder why. Because the ice wall, and that's the problem, you see, it starts with the Admiral Byrd and his comments about extra land, which it wasn't extra land, he just said more land, which they wasn't aware further on from Scott of the Antarctic. But the problem also was the Antarctic Treaty. God, these people, they decided that the Antarctic Treaty was to do with a flat Earth, instead of actually to do with the craft that they had actually found, which was spoken about many times by many whistleblowers. But hey, let's not let facts get in the way. Let's just go with, instead of a craft that's been found under the ice, an alien craft, let's go with why couldn't it have been Hawaii Treaty? Why does it have to be Antarctic? If you forget the craft that's under Antarctic ice, why can't it be Hawaii, nice and sunny? Why can't it be England, Greenland, Iceland? Why does it have to be Antarctic? Why did everyone have to agree on the Antarctic? And you realise that if the planet all around is got an edge, then it can't just be the Antarctic Treaty. It should have been something else. So when you realise that they're actually trying to hide that craft that was what originally was described as city-sized, then yes, that would make more sense that they're going to warn people off of the Antarctic as opposed to warning people off of the ice shelf behind Australia, which no one's ever said that they've been warned off anywhere else other than Antarctic. If you name one person, genuine person, not some internet person that says, yeah, I was there in 1945, it's not going to happen. No one's been warned off of anywhere else other than Antarctica. So when you start using a bit of logic, it all makes sense. Jim has wrote, there's no intelligent life on Earth. That's why aliens bypass this planet. Well, thanks for that, Jim. That's just made me feel really, really bad. Robert has wrote, he is a skinwalker. I'm guessing you're referring to Mr. Gates. I don't know who else I was sort of talking about. Ron has wrote, who made the aliens, as if everything had to be created by your creator. Correct. Now, the Anunnaki actually do mention there's a creator of everything. So that's interesting, but the Bible is not talking. The Bible talks about the stories that the Anunnaki wrote about themselves. We've got the evidence, the stone tablets. I can point you to many, many of them in different locations. And I know people come out with, Zachariah Sitchin was making it up. And I still have people to this day, even though I did a video showing the curator of the British Museum reading out the tablets. Then I read out the Sitchin's version of it, and it's virtually identical. So Sitchin wasn't making it up. We're lucky to have had Sitchin, I'm telling you. He was a genius. But yeah, other people will. If you learn Sumerian, you go read them, but you won't because you're frightened that you will find the answers are correct to exactly what Sitchin said.
WhatsApp.
This mighty Hurty has wrote, most aliens laugh out loud exactly like us. Not sure what I was talking about by then. Michelle has wrote, what are they then? So in other words, what are aliens? Now, if we went to another planet, what are we? would we be an alien on that planet? Yeah, we would, because that's not our planet. And that's what aliens are. They come from other planets. We know some of the planets that they come from.
WhatsApp.
For example, there was a thing called Project Serpo. So this is all. So I know I come across sometimes angry, but it's only because I've done the research, whereas people can just sort of get their information off of TV and have their own conclusion, which is fine. But I don't like it when they turn around and make it sound matter of fact, and that I'm wrong when they've done zero research. In fact, someone on my posts today said about aliens and demons, and I said, how much research have you done into demons? And they wrote none. I was like, well, you can't say aliens are demons if you've done zero research on demons. So going back to what are they then? In other words, aliens. Aliens are creatures from different planets, just as we would be if we was roll on 1,000 years from now. We'll be, not clandestine, but we will actually have, trips to different places or military going to different planets, etc., etc. That's going to happen. There's no way it's not going to happen. So at that point, we have become aliens, and therefore, but demons, as I mentioned earlier, the word demon. Now, if you're interested, the word demon, it means meteorite, but the word dragon means a comet with a tail. So, in other words, an asteroid with a tail, e.g., an ice block that generally has, like Halley's Comet, for example. And there is talk. There is not talk. There is actual texts of that in the in some cuneiform tablets where they're actually talking about the Tau being 30 miles long, and the waters following the head, which clearly is a dragon, as we would now call it, but it wasn't a dragon. It was, and the same goes with demons. Same goes with heaven, which should be space, and angels, which should just be another name for Anunnaki, really. TRV has wrote, this ... is about to be pretty whack, isn't it? Well, it depends whether you've done any research. If you've done zero research, then yes, I sound crazy. If you've done a little bit of research or have a very logical brain, you'll be going, actually, this guy seems like he knows what he's talking about. It's up to you which way you take it, I guess. Crankers wrote, I believe in reptilians. I kind of do as well. They're generally the name we would call them is the Dracos. This Mighty Truth wrote, they look exactly like us. You mean the Anunnaki that created us? We look like them. Yes, it says so in the actual ancient tablets. It says when Enlil was arguing with Enki, and Enlil says, you're not going to make him in our image. And Enlil said, well, we kind of have to get the workers. There you go. It says it in tablets, ancient tablets, predates the Bible by thousands of years. So, yeah. Batman Wallen has wrote, aliens don't exist. But if we landed on another planet, then aliens do exist. So if we can do it, why don't they exist? I could go through many accounts with you. For example, the Roswell crash, the Rendlesham Forest. I could go through so many, and there's the millions of people that have been abducted. But let's forget about that, because obviously it doesn't fit with your agenda that aliens don't exist, and they're all nutters. Is that right? Every single person that's been abducted is a nutter. And then everybody that saw flying craft prior, even the army people back in World War II, would call them Foo Fighters. But of course, you've not done any research. Otherwise, you would have been saying aliens do exist. So are you calling all of those Air Force men in World War II, both sides, Germany, Russia, Americans, British, all saw what they called Foo Fighters, flying discs? Are they all stupid and couldn't figure out what a disc compared to an aeroplane with propellers back then were? So Batman, I would probably keep quiet when you say they don't exist. Otherwise, you're going to make yourself look silly when there's that amount of evidence out there. Josh has wrote, "Who made the aliens? If you don't want to listen, leave." I'm guessing you're saying back to the person that kept saying who made the aliens, because obviously, as I've mentioned already, we are chemicals. Chemicals bash into each other in the ocean, which it would have done with the tide, thanks to the moon that was here. And, you know, again, there's a thing called panspermia, which could, for those of you that, you just need to research. I don't know how much you know about things, but the more you know, the more you learn. Alan's wrote the Anunnaki. I'm guessing that's referring to the aliens and not demons. Anunnaki, yeah, I mean, Anunnaki were here, but again, the word demons, it just means meteorite. Michael's wrote aliens aren't real. So the Travis Walton case, are you familiar with that? You're not, are you? Oh, Michael, you just made yourself look stupid. Always be the smartest in the room. And the reason why I say that is because Travis Walton was abducted for, I think it was 6 or 7 days. And he wasn't abducted out of his bed. He was abducted in front of 6 other people where he was walking under. You got to learn, you got to do research. So Travis Walton was coming back one night with a group of loggers out in the outbacks of America somewhere. Don't ask me exactly where. I can't remember the exact place. This is in 76, if I remember correctly. And they saw a glowing light. They decided to go towards it because they thought it was a fire in the woods. They pulled over. Travis decided to get out and walk up to this craft. This craft shot a beam, knocked him back some 10 foot. He lay there motionless. The driver of the car or truck decided to get out, bug out. So they bugged out. They carried on driving, and then all the other people going, we can't just leave him, blah, blah, blah. So they went back, and Travis had gone, and so had the craft gone. But hey, they all then ended up going back to the town, telling town people what happened. In comes a lie detector test. All 6 of them passed 100%, in other words, which, according to the person that was doing the lie detector, 1 or 2 might be able to get the story straight. 6, not going to happen. You can't get 6 people telling exactly the same story without one of them screwing up. So anyway, 6 days or 7 days later, Travis Walton was beamed back down. He did wake up during that incident while he was on their craft. Long story, won't bother going into that. Anyway, he then obviously had lie detector once he came back and was petrified of this, that, and the other. And he passed the lie detector test. So when you say aliens aren't real, are you calling all of those people, plus the guy that did the lie detector test, all numpties? Is that what you're saying? Or maybe, Michael, there might be a different numpty, not them. Z900 wrote Zoo Earth. Not sure what that's referring to. I Am Horse has wrote thoughts on Göbekli Tepe. What were those pouches that appear on the engravings? So they were bags, if you're on about the Anunnaki. I did a video, if anyone's interested. I've done 800 odd videos covering a huge variety of subjects. And still doing more videos as we speak. The bags, literally, we've got the same bags in ancient Egypt. We've got they're in the museum. You can actually see I've done. Luckily, a friend of mine went to Egypt a couple of years back, and I told him to take thousands and zillions of pictures. And then scrolling through them, I came across some beautiful bits of things that I'd not caught onto, and lo and behold, that bag with the same shape, metal handle with the little curl, everything was spot on to that, which makes sense as just a bag. And Göbekli Tepe, I am going to be doing a video on Göbekli Tepe, so I have avoided telling people my thoughts on that as yet, because it's my thoughts, and like I do normally with other videos, I'll come out with it and say I'm the only person that's thought this. If I'm right, great. If I'm wrong, I look stupid, no worries. But what I don't like doing is giving out that information of 40 years of research and then someone else putting it out there, and then I'm thinking, that's a shame. I wish I didn't say anything. Sorry, I'm sitting on a beanbag. I'm just moving. Michelle has wrote, nah, it was the flood. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I'm guessing you're fully aware of the flood, which talks about it in the ancient tablets. And it wasn't a flood, but you know this already because you've obviously read the ancient tablets. It was a tsunami, which would make more sense as well, because when something floods, the water drains and the things are still there. You don't get them covered over like you do with the ancient buildings that were literally wiped out. And when I say ancient buildings, the original buildings that the Anunnaki built, that we are now finding underneath places like Jericho, etc. So, but you knew all that because you've done your research. So when you say, no, it was the flood, I'm not sure how much you're aware of it. Batman has wrote, you imagined aliens. I possibly did, yes. That was to do with my little story. I was, paralyzed. I couldn't move. But could that have been me creating that in my head on my own? It totally could have. Brock Mauser has wrote Gaia and the Anunnaki. I'm not sure. I know Gaia's a TV station. Sort of not really a question, so I'm not sure how to answer that. Lint has wrote, I agree. It had been watching over us since, who knows? Again, forgive me, I'm not sure what I was talking about at that point. Mark, aka Staples, has wrote, what about the Book of Enoch? What about it? I've read it Christ knows how many times. Very interesting. If you've done a lot more, sorry, stupid dogs in the background. If you've done a lot more research than just reading the Book of Enoch, a lot of things stand out. So that's why I read things a lot more, because I read them many times, because once I've read it once, I'll then read other things and other things and other things. Then I'll go back to that and I'll go, aha, that's what it meant. So I've got a very good understanding, I think, of the Book of Enoch, compared to people that's maybe just read the Book of Enoch on its own. Stefano's wrote, but is there any proof of what you're claiming? Again, I'm not sure what part you're referring to. If you're referring to the demons in the actual original text about them being meteorites and dragons and stuff like that, the ones with the towers, then yes, watch my videos. I point to the actual tablets. Can't get much better than that. So I don't know what else I was referring to that you would like me to point to, but Jakar has wrote, bro pronouncing Firminate wrong. In other words, taking the mickey out of my pronunciations. I did have problems at school, and if you watched any of my videos or listened to any of my live chats, I will always say I am crap at pronunciations. So thank you for knocking me down. I was in special needs at school. Gardening has wrote, when you see an alien, ask Jesus to reveal to you what it is. It is demons. Okay, what's your demon look like, green gardening person? What's your demon look like? Tell me right now. Type it out. Seriously, type it out. And I bet, right, and everyone else think of what your demon looks like. Because you can't have a demon as anything you want it to look like. Because then it is exactly what I said. It's a name you've given to something that you're unaware of, that you're frightened of, that you think is evil. Am I right? I am right. You can't have anything that you want to be a demon. Like, I'm looking at a chair right now. That chair's got to be a demon. Why isn't it a demon? Because you're saying to me that anything can be a demon. Because you're saying it is a demon. An alien is a demon. And bearing in mind there's different types of aliens out there. So anything, what is really what you're saying, could be a demon. So you write down what your demon is. I can guarantee you every single one. And do you realise that the red demon with the horns is only 150 years old? I bet you've done your homework, haven't you? Sorry if I sound like I'm knocking people down, but I hate people that haven't done their homework and then try and tell me that I'm wrong. Go back, you'll find that the archetypal red demon with horns and a towel is only 150 years old. Seriously, do your homework. So then, now what kind of demon have you got? Bearing in mind, Santa Claus should have been green, wearing green clothes. But thanks to Coca-Cola, we've got him in wearing red. So just bear in mind, gardening person, when you're talking to someone that may, and I'm not trying to big myself up, I just get frustrated when people tell me that aliens are demons when they're not. Because you cannot tell me what a demon is. And you can't say every single alien is a demon, because as soon as we land on another planet, we are aliens. You can't have it both ways. If we land on another planet, then we are demons. Because aliens can come here, and you're saying, well, if they come here, then they're demons. And really what you're saying is, they don't actually come here, they miraculously suddenly appear here on Earth, even though we can watch them fly off into space, or heaven as it was translated wrong. So yeah. Mr. Squee has wrote, William Cooper, behold a pale horse, read a real book. So I'm guessing you're trying to say to me that I'm a numpty for not reading that book, bearing in mind you don't know if I've read that book or not. And second of all, I go by the ancient tablets. There's no point in going by someone's version, because it's like me telling you stuff. I'm telling you to go back and read the ancient tablets. I've been saying it for the whole time I've been doing this live. Go back and read the tablets, because you've got to do your homework. Don't read from someone else, if at all possible, because they are giving you their impression, just like I'm giving you my impression. Go back and read the tablets. So no, I won't read someone else's book, because when I do and I find holes in it, people hate me for that. I've done a few videos on my Patreon page that sort of point holes in other people's videos with evidence. Mine's evidence and theirs isn't. And of course, the people that like those other people kind of get upset when I say, this person's got it wrong. And I don't like that, because obviously I'm not here to knock other people down that's doing their own thing. I leave them to it. But when someone comes to me and says I'm wrong, then I have to kind of knock them down. Alan has wrote, heaven is space. Oh, finally, I've got someone that's actually clearly worked out. I don't know whether you've researched or not, but yes, heaven is space. That is the freaking translation of it. You can't have in the Book of Enoch, above the firmament we can see stars in heaven, because we can see heaven. Everybody, we can see heaven. Woo! Of course we can't. So the stars in heaven is just space. You are spot on, Alan. Thank you for for just opening your eyes and doing your own research. Shubbies wrote, I'm guessing that's interdimensional. Interdimensional beings attracted to our spiritual energy, psychic energy, question mark. The problem we've got with dimensions, and I've said this many a time, this is why I think some people like listening to me, is because I won't just throw out stuff like aliens and demons. I will say it as it is. And as it stands, we are only aware of one dimension. We can believe there's a second one, and we can say, well, we've done quantum this and quantum that. And yes, I do look into quantum side of things as well. In fact, there's a few videos on my Patreon page that I go into quantum time crystals and quantum this and quantum that. So I'm quite versed on all of that kind of thing. But as it stands, we don't know whether there's another dimension. We can believe there is, but we don't know. So when someone says to me, shapeshifters, are they coming through, or skinwalkers, are they coming through a different dimension? I can't say yes, because until we know I believe they are, but from a factual point of view, I can't say yes to it, if that makes sense. Misty Eye has wrote, hi Misty Eye. I think you're the only one that's said hi to me so far today. I've been doing this for over an hour. Thank you very much for that. JNZ has wrote, this is why humans have a fascination with gold. It's in our genes, because we mined it for them. Yes, we did. So obviously you're fully clued up on the old Anunnaki. The only thing I do say is that the Anunnaki said that they weren't going to create us slaves, they would create us as co-workers. Now, how much of that did they end up, after 100,000 years? giving us equal rights to them. I struggle with that, but hey, that's what they said in the tablet, so I'll have to go along with that at that point. Mr. STIQ has wrote, yes, their year, yeah. Sorry, I'm not sure. Yes, they're hiding it very cleverly. I'm not sure what that meant. Arlene has wrote, can't see the live. I generally don't show my face simply because I'd rather people listen to me and talk about the stuff I'm talking about. Shorty's wrote, where's my tinfoil hat? And then Shorty went on to write, but you sound like you really are smart and I love listening to you. Please block me. Oh, Shorty. Sorry, Shorty, I will then, just for you. I do that, people, just because there are people that actually are interested in what I've got to say, and I get told off for reading out numpties messages, and B, it warns off other people from typing in stuff because they know that it's just going to get read, and then they're going to, at the end of it, I'll read out that they think that I'm a genius or something, and then they get upset, and so I block them anyway. So, Shawnee Sullivan's wrote, then why, when you call out Jesus, they retreat? So you're referring to when people have alien abductions, not demon abductions. And that's, in my opinion, because obviously we're aware that, I'm sure you're aware that Jesus was a hybrid from an alien as opposed to an almighty being, because no almighty being, you've got to be smarter than the almighty being, because no almighty being, first of all, he had other sons, didn't he? Because the sons are the daughters unto the women of men. In other words, his other sons. Hang on a minute, he didn't have other sons. Yeah, he did. If you read the Bible, it says he had other sons that were actually called the fallen angels. But hang on a minute, that means angels was doesn't make sense, does it? No, that's because it was the Aegi. But anyway, so yeah, Jesus was a hybrid. Now, whether or not he was part, from the Anunnaki or from the Greys, I don't know. Chances are more I lean towards the Greys, and of course, once you shout out Jesus, it means you're aware that you're being taken for an abduction purpose, and you're fully aware that they will probably try and do a hybrid program on you, which they were doing. So that's probably why they let you go, in my opinion. Easy's wrote, there is a heaven. Now, unfortunately, Easy, first of all, the translations, if you go back and read it, which I'm sure you have, means space, because we can see heaven. So if you're going to say heaven's real, then congratulations, we can see heaven. It's where the stars are. We can see stars in heaven. That's what the original word was. So if you're going to say that, then we can see heaven, everybody. But of course, we can't. Also, if you go along with the clairvoyants, mediums, and spiritualists, any good one will tell you there is no such thing as heaven. There's only higher and lower frequencies. So I know which one I would believe. I'd rather believe, instead of you or anyone else, I'd rather believe the clairvoyants, that genuine clairvoyants that actually can physically tell you stuff that only a spirit would know. And I do believe in spirits. And I would rather believe the ancient tablets that talk about space as opposed to heaven, because it makes sense that when the chariots are flying across the heavens, chariots being spaceships, by the way, that's why Eric Van Daniken wrote Chariots of the Gods, which is basically spaceships of the gods. But of course, let's not let facts get in the way of a good story. Trod has wrote to Garden, Jesus was a 4-density entity. He wasn't even in the same level as angels. See, again, the problem I've got with Jesus is almighty being. Do you know what? I'm going to put one person down there to go around and spread the word around the whole planet. I'm not going to give him a car. I'm not going to give him an aeroplane. I let him walk. Really? Really? You would do more than... If you was an almighty being, like supposedly there was one, You tell me you're not that thick to think, you know what, I'll just put one in. Where should I put him? Same place where the Anunnaki are, were, or Israel, but same area, Middle East. Let's put him there and hope nothing happens to him, and hope he can get to, Australia. Hope he can go and, because people were in different countries at this point. Let's hope he can get to England. Let's hope he can go and spread the word everywhere. He couldn't. Seriously, he couldn't. So as an almighty being, if I was an almighty being, there is no way on this heaven I would sit there and go, do you know what? I'm going to make someone in the same image as them for the reasons of two reasons. One is to take our sins, or something to do with sins, but bearing in mind we're still sinning, and bearing in mind so did the gods. Yes, gods. Obviously, you've got the Olympian gods and so on, and the Roman gods, which were all the Anunnaki, and even the Anunnaki sinned. So, yeah. So the sinning part you can rule out because we still sin. So that was a complete waste of time and effort. I'm not knocking. I'm just saying, from a logic, you take the rose-tinted glasses off. From a logical point of view, does that make sense to? Doesn't, does it? Especially when you can't get him to go everywhere. He was pretty much stuck in the Middle East. He might have went to Egypt. Joes has wrote, we are gods to all our creatures in the world, yet we don't help in any way. I see your point there. I totally agree with that, actually. Yeah, I think if I had I know it's horrible to say, but if I had the option to click my fingers and stop everyone from anywhere, any animal, plant, anything that can get hurt by anything, I would do it. Because you look at animals and how they get hurt, not just by humans, but by other animals and everything else. I just think it's really sad. It's a sad way to go. If you, as an almighty being, deciding to put creatures on this planet, I don't know, just it's not great. Alistair has wrote, demons ... Israel aliens man-made. So when you say aliens are man-made, when aliens, well, basically Anunnaki, talk about themselves coming from another planet and then creating humans, how does that work? Then if you say, well, no, they're not aliens, then you'll have to disregard the hundreds of thousands of tablets, the fact that they told us things that we didn't know about until 200 years after finding the tablets, such as the asteroid belt and different planets that they referred to. Spot on. Okay, well, you kind of have to go with that. You can't not go with something that's told us stuff that we didn't know about planets that far out. So, okay, so Anunnaki were real. Did humans make the Anunnaki? No, because the Anunnaki made humans. So it's all a little, Alistair, it's just a bit of research makes you not sound like I've just knocked you down. I don't mean to. Don has wrote, help, there is a demon in my laundry hamper. And then Don went on to write, you are amazing. Everyone should be following you. Please block me because I am a numpty. Oh, Don. I hate blocking people. Endless has wrote, don't you think Enoch would have noted a round Earth, considering they believed in the flat Earth? They didn't believe in a flat Earth, no. You obviously have zero evidence of reading anything. Sorry, I don't mean to knock you, but one of us, between me and you, I'm not going to mention names, but one of us has done a lot of reading and research into the original tablets, whereas the other probably hasn't. So the actual, I'll give you one description. When Adapa went up to Nibiru, and he was in the, there was 3 seats in their craft, in their chariot. This is all in Ancient Stone tablet. I can point to. In fact, the tablet that I'm referring to, I did a video a short while back, video 855, where I'm talking about another passage from that where the dragon is a comet or an asteroid with a tail. So it's the same tablet, yeah. So anyway, Enoch goes. Sorry, not Enoch. Adapa goes up into space to go to Nibiru. They actually get him dressed. Now, Sitchin's version is they get him dressed in tight clothes. The version that other people have translated said, or one other person had translated said, morning clothes. I'll rather go with Zachariah Sitchin's translation. I think he's probably the best translator of out of everyone, to be fair. Anyway, he goes up in the craft and looks down at the round ball. Now you're going to say, well, that's round because it's a disc shape, and therefore he's looking at it as it's round, aren't you? Instead of saying it's round. But again, back to 200 odd years ago, someone drew, you can look it up, drew pictures of Mars with the little spot on Mars as it went round the planet and then came back. And they've got all these drawings of Mars every day for however long it was. I think Mars's rotation is quicker than Earth's. So I think they've got like 27 drawings or something like that. Forgive me if I got the exact figures wrong. I've got so much in my head. But anyway, he drew that dot going all the way around, and it made the correct circumference back to the beginning again at exactly the right time. In other words, if that dot was on a flat Mars, then he would have continuously seen that dot, wouldn't he? If it's face on. So yeah, I think that kind of answers that question. Looks like my screen's flipped all the way to the bottom. Forgive me, I'm just going to scroll back up. I hate it when it does that. Sorry. Talk amongst yourselves. Sing a little song. Wow, a lot of questions. Didn't realise there was so many. That's probably why it popped to the bottom. Oh wow, there's a lot of messages. Okay, I'll be a lot quicker. Sorry guys, I didn't realise there was that many. Wow. Okay. Wow. Sorry, I didn't realise there was that many messages. I like to answer everyone's questions, so don't worry. I will try and get to your question if you can hold on that longer. Right. Okay. Nearly there. Right. Just trying to read now. Crispers wrote, I've been watching your videos. What is the Anunnaki? I can't find anything online. It's spelt ANUNNAKI. That's probably why you were struggling trying to find it with your spelling there. The Anunnaki were human race, a race like us humans, but taller, 8 to 12 foot tall. And their planet is Nibiru. So if you type in Nibiru, again, another hard spelling, Nibiru, Nibiru, but there's so much out there. Or Sumerian cuneiform, and then you'll eventually come to the word Anunnaki. Nap has wrote, yes, I believe the Book of Enoch and religion is a misinterpretation of extraterrestrial life. M. Hutch has wrote, wrong, heaven is above the 7 firmaments. Oh, well, now we've got someone with 7 firmaments, even though the original text only mentioned the firmament, which was atmosphere, once. And now we've got 7 firmaments. You see how people, this is what I'm trying to say. So if you're sitting there thinking the flat earth and there's a firmament, now we've got someone else adding another 6 firmaments to it that you may not have already been aware of, because there's no such thing as a dome, but hey, let's not worry about that. So this is what I'm saying, how easy it is for people to just knock up something. So here we've now got 7 firmaments. This is the first time I've ever heard anyone mention 7 firmaments, bearing in mind I've read the original tablets, and it's firmaments mentioned even in the Egyptian times. So yeah, but obviously M. Hutch has probably not read any of that to suddenly add another 6 on top of the firmament. That's, I don't know. It's all too easy for people to be duped these days, isn't it? And someone handsome or pretty on YouTube, and the people just say, okay, that sounds right. That's why I don't show my face, because I rather you do your own homework. Jay Budd has wrote, there are clone vessels that prove us as an avatar for the fallen. Kind of not sure. I'm guessing you're saying they are clone vessels that prove us as an avatar for the fallen. Again, fallen angels is just Aigi. Elf Dad has wrote, heaven is real, repent. I can't, if you go by, okay, so you're just, okay, there are spirit guides. Now, some people say, I've had a divine intervention because, suddenly they, heard a voice in their head that said turn left instead of right, and they suddenly didn't crash or whatever. That's your spirit guide. Or it could be the spirit that's within you that joins with you 3 to 4 months in the womb. It does not mean it's an almighty being, because you cannot give me one bit of evidence. Now, what happened to Jesus? What happened to God? Now, God was chatting to all sorts of people back in the day. We've got, it's in the Bible, but obviously it's in the original text about God doing this, God doing that. And when I say God, if you actually read the original tablets, such as the book of Ezekiel, it talks about the highest. Now, you can't have the highest if there is only one highest. Does that make sense? In order for something to be the highest, you need something slightly lower. It's like going to McDonald's, which really frustrates me. And you say, can I have a small milkshake? They said, no, there's no such thing as small milkshake. You can only have a medium or a large. Think about it, people. The medium is really small. You've got two choices, big or little. You can't have big and medium, but never a small. There's no small ever. So then, if it should just be called. Do you see what I'm saying? So, sorry, I'm waffling on there. Mark has wrote, you obviously know of Eric von Däniken. Yes, I haven't visited his museum. I don't know if you guys are aware. He's actually got a museum in Switzerland, I think it is, or Sweden. I keep getting mixed up with IKEA. No, it's not got IKEA old furniture in it. No, he's got an alien museum. I think it's Switzerland. And he's got various artifacts and stuff from around the world in there. I would love to go one day, and I probably will. So, yes, I know of Eric very well. I think he's fascinating. I think he's got a couple of tad things wrong. For example, when he talks about an archangel just being an extraterrestrial, he actually said what I said years ago, and I didn't read his book at that point. So I had come up with the same conclusion that an archangel was a leader. In fact, you can listen to my very early live chats, and I would say, a supervisor or a leader or a manager or something. But the more I've gone back over everything, I think that, yes, they are more in charge, but they're the pilots as well. Glass of Whiskey's wrote the solar. I'm not sure what that's referring to. Phoenix has wrote, Jesus is an avatar here as an example of the original divine human template, a living example. I see where you're going with that, but unfortunately, humans were around 300,000 years before Jesus came along. So to have Jesus as an example of something that we've got, probably hundreds of millions of already, doesn't seem to compute to me. The logic just isn't there to create something that's already here. It just doesn't seem right. King Julian has wrote, Jinnat, you referring to? I've not heard of Jinnat. Are you referring to the jinn? The alien? Well, I see the jinn as similar to the light energy beings, the orbs that we know, but they're more ones that will want to take over and possess you and live off of fear. Shorty's put some sleepy faces, and I think I've already blocked Shorty earlier. C has wrote demons are a human construct. Correct, spot on. I mean, as I say, the original translation for demon was just a meteorite, but yes, we ended up. It is a human construct that we've. Yeah, basically. Trod has wrote to Easy Living. If there is a evangelical heaven, then chances are nobody on this planet is going to it. That's an interesting way of looking at it. Elf Dad just wrote Christ is King. Again, would you, if you was an almighty being, put down one character? No, I don't know how much you've done research on Jesus. I am going back through the research on Jesus because of the live chat I'll be having next Saturday at 5 p.m. with someone that's going to be talking to me about the Bible and an almighty being, and I'll be talking to them about Anunnaki in the Bible. So it's going to be a fascinating live, so you have to listen in. But where was I going with that? Christ is King. It's completely gone out of my head where I was going with that. Sorry, that's why I hate deviating. JP Stars wrote The Real Demon is Religion. There's 400 religions right now on Earth. Sorry, 4,000. Forgive me, 4,000 religions. Don't believe me? Look them up. There's just as many genders now, but 4,000 religions. How many gods are there for that? I mean, seriously, there's like, bearing in mind, if you believed in the that they weren't the Anunnaki, so if you believed in the Egyptian gods and the Roman gods and the Greece gods, then there was at least 12 of each of those, so that's two 12s, 24,
WhatsApp.
30.
Someone has sent you a WhatsApp.
So yes, there's too many religions for there to be, because each one of those people with different religion will say theirs is correct. So Joseph wrote, why would an alien god to us in technology ways would help us in any way? The Anunnaki never showed us technology. That was the biggest, if you read the tablets, that was one of their biggest no-nos. We were not allowed. That's why Adapa got kicked out of Eden. And I say Eden because that's the actual pronunciation. And if you don't believe me, go look it up. And then when you realise it does say Eden, then you realise, hang on a minute, if that says Eden and we call it Eden, what else has the Bible got wrong? Maybe this guy isn't actually talking crap after all. But yeah, so basically there is a thing similar to the Prime Directive. Not necessarily with the Anunnaki, they just didn't want us to have that technology. But with the quarantine that's around Earth, we're not basically not supposed to be evolving as quick as we are. And we are now evolving quick thanks to back engineering of craft that we had found. Michelle, has wrote, what about Aleister Crowley and his friend Lamb? Sure looks like an alien to me. To be fair, I have no idea who Aleister Crowley is. I may have heard of him. So you've got me on that one, sorry. Arlene has wrote, can I join the live, please? I only do it with people I know that I've already had a chat with prior. Forgive me. It's just I've had many people that asked, and I don't know their background or anything, and I try and be as quick as I can on these lives. I know it seems like I'm going slow, but I do talk as quick as I can to get as much information out. So various reasons why I don't do a live with someone that I don't know, because I don't want it to slow right down, or if they don't know. Imagine if not you, but another person came on and I'm like, hi, so what do you know about the Anunnaki? Nothing. So why did you want to join? Well, because I and it just, so I would rather just either talk to myself or talk to someone prior and then set it all up so we know what we're talking about. Raid has wrote, hi Raid, nice of you to join. Ben E. Bean, forgive me however you pronounce that. What is commonly referred to as heaven is actually the seventh dimension. See, the problem is you're going by what more modern research is trying to, well, not even research, but more modern thinking, shall we say. Because obviously, if you go back to the original first words of heaven, which you have to go back to that, because if you're not going to go back to the original words of heaven, which is where we got it from, then everything thereafter is a load of crap. You can't not go back to the original. So you have to look at the original at least to find out what was going on. And clearly, when you read the original, all sorts of different texts that talk about heaven, which is space, you realise that it's space. It's absolutely categorically, undeniably space, especially when you have dragons flying in heaven with their tail that's 30 miles long, made of water, which is obviously a comet of some description. So basically, yeah, it's not the seventh dimension. There are different planes of existence, which is to do with spirits, which is a whole different kettle of fish from the Almighty Being. And yes, I totally believe the spirits, but they are nothing to do with. Somehow they've got wrapped in with this heaven stroke Almighty Being, when really they're actually, as far as I'm aware, separate entities, if there was even an Almighty Being. I know people ain't going to want to hear that, but that's just my research. Do your own. And when I say do your own, don't just read one book and say you figured it out. Do real research, because I've changed my tune on many things over the years. And I'm hands up, whereas David Icke, for example, can't do that. He's so popular that if he turned around and said, you know what, I don't think the Anunnaki were reptilians after all, everyone will go, there you go, see, he's got it wrong. I told you, he's everything. So he has to stick with what he said now. Whereas me, I can just say, yeah, hands up, I've done a bit more research, found a little bit more information out, and I've changed my tune. So all I'm saying to you guys is, when you sit there and read one thing and think you've got the answer, there might be other answers to what you're talking about. Yahuwah has wrote, they are fallen angels, aka demons. Again, probably didn't join early on enough, but the fallen angels are the Yaigi. We've worked that out. Which are the Anunnaki, which came down to steal women, which is all written in tablets. And demons is another word for meteorite in the ancient texts, before we started to use it for other things. And obviously, if a meteorite hit you on the head from coming from space, or as we translated it, heaven, you would think it's evil. You would think that was aimed at you. So yeah, I can see why people use the word demon for what they did. JNZ wrote, Joe Rogan spoke on this last week with Duncan Trussell. Oh, okay. And what was the outcome? I might try and look that one up, actually. Duncan Trussell. Let me try and look that one up. I'll be interested to see their take on it, because obviously if he's read the ancient text, he has to agree with me. If he's not read the ancient texts, then you can make up whatever the hell you want. Arlene's wrote, thank you, no problem at all. Joseph wrote, no reason at all. Not sure what that's referring to. Eyes Sky has wrote, we are aliens to other beings. It's relative like everything. Correct. Spot on. Don has wrote, demons ate the last piece of cake I was saving. And then Don then wrote, my God, you are amazing. How you can keep doing this with so much information in your head. Please block me though, because I do waste your time writing out. All right, I will. So many people want to be blocked. I don't know why. It's sad. Yahuwah has wrote, the word Lord means Baal. Actually, between me and you, if you go further back than that, it means, don't tell anyone, it means Enki. Sorry, Enlil. Hang on, let me get this right. Okay, forgive me, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head now which one it was. It's either Enki or Enlil. So yeah, but thank you, Harpreet, for the things that's popping up in front of me. But yeah, Baal came way later in time. Trodders wrote to C. They are not, but them being evil is a man-made concept. Yeah. Some dude has wrote demons don't exist, made up by Abrahamic religion. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously they're not a real thing, but you can kind of see why the word demon got changed over years to from a meteorite that would come down, especially if they had meteorite showers, would fire or whatever else and destroying their buildings and whatever. You can see that people would, the next generation down that may not have had those might have heard people talking about those bloody old demons. They're going to come and get us. Do you see what I mean? So when you put it in that context, you could kind of feel that they were aimed at you, but you may not realise that they were not entities or anything. But back then, anyway. Malin has wrote, aliens are fallen angels and demons are the disembodiment sports of Nephilim. Unfortunately, obviously, you've not done any research again. I hate saying this, but I sound like a broken record. But obviously, if I asked you, do you know about the Aegi, and you'll say no, then I'll say, well, then you're basing your fallen angels on just assumptions without actually realising the Aegi means watching or watchers. And then you'll say, well, I didn't know about that. And then I'll say, well, there you go. So it's all to do with research. So instead of popping on here, do 40 years of research, then you'll see that maybe you might not be right with the disembodied sports of the Nephilim. Bearing in mind the Nephilim were the giants of the sons of God. Bearing in mind that Jesus was the only son of God, but hey, let's not that. So yeah, but the Nephilim were the not all of them, not all of the offspring of the Aegi, e.g., fallen angels, were Nephilim. We know that because it actually talks about other ones that were fine that didn't end up being giants, and so that basically means that some of them had gigantism. Bearing in mind their fathers would have been 8 to 12 foot tall. Dixie's wrote, is there any Anunnaki out there in the cosmos now? Oh, wow, it's gone all the way to the very bottom. Sorry. Ah, crap. I hate that when that happens. Sorry. I'm 17%. Well, I'm just going to try and go through them really, really quickly. It doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about. It just means I'm going through it quickly. The answer to your question, well, yes, they're still on their planet. The Anunnaki are. Some may be here on Earth. Wow, there was a lot of questions again. Maybe that's why. I can see some good points coming up. I'm looking forward to getting to them. I'm on 17%, so okay, I'll really whiz through these. So forgive me if I'm not giving you the full attention that I normally give. Swoons has wrote, "Are you making a movie?" We are making a movie. More details coming very soon, next couple of weeks. I know it's still a few weeks off, but there's a lot of things to get ready. Wow, there's a hell of a lot of questions. I'm going to have to just pick somewhere and go from there. Forgive me if I don't read your question. OX has wrote, there are members of the Flat Earth community all over the globe. I like what you've done there. Brad has wrote, so what are they talking about when the Bible says about the dead coming back on Jesus' return? So the Anunnaki wrote up until about 3000 BC or BCE. So after that, it was down to people writing, the Jesus scenarios, etc. Was all just people writing stuff that they wanted to write. So bearing in mind, Jesus wasn't actually born in December. He was born in the summer, and it was probably at least 200 years before, or at least 100 years before. So in other words, the times that we've got well wrong, and that's not me saying that, that's priests that have worked it out from the descriptions of when Jesus was born, about where the cattle were and stuff like that. So when it talks about the dead coming back, because I've got no reference, unlike the Anunnaki that didn't seem to lie. I'm not saying the Bible's from 3,000 years forward is lying. I'm just saying there's just no reference to it, and from what I understand, the Bible was written, anywhere from 50 to 100 years after Jesus was, been killed. And I can't remember what I had for dinner yesterday, let alone what someone did to someone else. Raiders wrote, if you don't believe in the Bible, the Bible is, I can't, the Bible is copying the Anunnaki stuff. One of them, either the original, which I call the Anunnaki's text, which predate the Bible, which doesn't have any flaws in it, all the stories make sense, or the Bible where I've heard priests say, yeah, people get confused on this bit and people get confused on that bit, and even they don't really know. So which one would be the correct one? So when you say, do I believe in the Bible? I believe in the Anunnaki text, absolutely. But the copy of the ancient text is not what I believe in. I believe in the original. Misty's wrote, do you believe in hybrids part like human? Yes, I do. Technically, we're hybrids, and so there's other hybrids from the Greys that are now walking among us. They do have different abilities than us. Alan's wrote, everything about history is a lie. I probably wouldn't say everything, but a lot of it. Mr. STIs wrote, don't let people gaslight you for questioning reality or what you're told. Hannah's wrote, you've mentioned you're a director. Could you let us know some of your films so I can watch them? That's one of the reasons why I try not to let people know about the films, because, and forgive me for this, it's because these live chats will just become flooded with, can I be in your next film? So when the Anunnaki stuff, if the film starts to move forward, the Anunnaki film, then you'll probably see me and see things about the film. So because I'm normally the driving force behind some of the films that I've done. So Rob has wrote again, what research have you done, because you sound the same? Again, I've missed other messages, but what research have I done? Feel free to watch my videos and listen to the bits where I explain what research I've done. If you think I just sit here and watch TV all night instead of learning stuff, then that's what you believe, fine, not a problem. Richards wrote, we are just cells in an alien peach tree dish. Tony's wrote, this Santos Bonica is great. Pleasure hearing from you, sir. I have no idea what Santos Bonica is, but I like the bit where it says pleasure hearing from you, sir. Thank you. Michelle's wrote, Risk talk about that. Again, not sure who RIZQ is. Radagast has wrote, by rights we shouldn't exist as we are because we were created by an alien race to help them. Yes, we shouldn't be. We're spot on. Raiders wrote, we are just a bunch of atoms. Or as Star Trek would call us, a bag of ugly, mostly water. Sears wrote, read Monroe Bingelow's translation of the Bible. See, again, I can't, because that's now another person's version of the Bible when I go straight back. What would you do? Seriously, on a serious question, knowing that there is tablets out there that talk about the stuff that's in the Bible that predate the Bible, would you really go and read all those other stuff? Or would you rather just... that's what I done. I went to the original source, because going to a copy of a copy of a copy in different languages, it's just... No, it's not worth it. Sorry. So I won't read someone else's translation of the Bible when I can go to... I've read a hell of a lot of... or read the translations of the original text as opposed to the copy of a copy of a copy. Rob says, and you sound like dude from Moonfall. As long as I'm not the monster from Moonfall. Shid has wrote research stuff that isn't fact. Laugh out loud. In other words, laughing faces to make me sound like I'm stupid. Whereas research stuff that isn't fact. Well, the actual tablets are fact. Unless you want to say hundreds of thousands of them was knocked up for a giggle in a brand new language. But then Shid has said, you're actually right. I'm sorry. I'm a numpty. Please block me. Oh, I hate it when people do that. But I'll block you just because you said so. And then Lil Mean Ninjas wrote delusional. I'm guessing that's to me. But then Lil Mean Ninjas has said, you can all guess where I'm going with this. You are also spot on, sir. Please block me. No problems at all. Done. Mummy Bears wrote Marduk. I'm not sure what I was talking about at that point, but yes, I'm fully aware of Marduk and his escapades, and I do feel sorry for him up until a point. I'm not reading out the people I've blocked now, so forgive me. Because if people do want to actually listen. Road Dogs wrote, there are no ghosts. I would totally disagree with you there. I've done a Ouija board, and absolutely categorically, from my point of view, it was a spirit. Tyre Nords is very true. Aliens not here to hurt you, and they're curious about us, and we about them. Spot on. Angie's wrote, they are fallen angels. The Bible tells us that, so they are demons? Question mark. Again, hopefully you're still here. So if you disregard the Bible, I know people hate me saying this, but really there is older texts that you can read that are in the Bible, but the Bible gets it wrong. And it only gets it wrong simply because it's a copy of a copy of, so in other words, cuneiform, then Babylonians, Aramaic, Hebrew, and then English. So you can understand why they got bits wrong. So when you say anything about the Bible, I have to sort of just go back and point you more to the original text. But of course, mainstream don't want you to know that because obviously they love, can you imagine the Vatican losing the power because of tablets and stuff like that? Yeah, they're not going to do that. Radagast wrote, what is fact if it is not something taught to us? That's very philosophical there. Mr. Squid has wrote, heaven is beyond space or anything science has reached or studied. I have to stop you there then. If there's no evidence of it, why are you saying that it's really there? You've just said it's beyond space or anything science. So you're only going by what, the original text? No, you're going by the Bible. And if you're going by the Bible and there's original text, you see where I'm going. It's just a matter of logic. Sometimes people don't seem to want to put logic in. CUCH wrote, reinterpret the Bible by watching YouTube videos. I'm guessing you're trying to say that that's me. Absolutely not. Don't do that. Because I pick holes in people's videos, and that's why I don't like watching them if I can help it. Hannah's wrote, there's been a lot more reptilians in recent programs. AHS, The Man Who Fell to Earth, Inside Job. I haven't watched any of those, is there? That's interesting. I found it hugely interesting when the first V came out, the TV series. You can imagine me younger seeing that, knowing there was possibly yeah, it was amazing. Richards wrote, the Bible was a fairy tale. Technically it's not. If you read the original tablets, you can see that it tried, where it's talking about Noah and all this kind of stuff and the ark. But obviously it didn't know what ME tablets were, so they basically said they put animals in there 2 by 2 instead of saying they put the DNA of the animals in there. So it tried. But luckily we've still got the tablets that we can go back to. C has wrote to Angie, Bible also says women are not equal to men. Oh, that's going to start a debate there, but you know, you can't have it both ways. So you're right, C, to point out that you know, if you're going to believe the Bible, then you have to believe everything in the Bible. You can't pick and choose. Mummy Bears wrote, if you want to know the truth, research. You're doing this deliberately. I'm terrible at pronunciations. I always put the G in the front. But Gnosticism. Yeah, I can't do it. You got me on that one. Angie wrote, disowned. God doesn't want them. Why should we? I'm not sure what that's referring to. Is it demons? Simply because I don't know what that's referring to. Mr. STIs wrote, watch how fast the world would change if science proved God or heaven exists. It's a funny thing because technically, for at least 2,000 years or maybe 1,000 years, we kind of did think that. I think as more time goes on, more people sort of either given up the fact that, bearing in mind back then, God was talking to people, getting them up into their crafts, getting them up to talk to them in heaven, which is obviously space and stuff like that. Whereas now we've got nothing, not one peep, and that would make sense that if they were the Anunnaki and they went back to their home planet and the elder ones died, that would explain why we're not getting communications and these miracles anymore, simply because they're not here anymore. Why did God just suddenly stop? What does he not like us anymore? Is he like, these people, I've just fed up with them? It doesn't work like that. You can't have God, the Almighty Being, getting fed up with his creation, can you? Seeing as he could see the future, apparently, according to Jehovah's Witnesses, when I quizzed them and said, if he could see the future, why did he tempt Adam and Eve with the apple? If he knew the future, and they didn't know how to answer that. So it just boils down to logic, really. Brad's wrote, so what are they talking about when the Bible says about the dead coming back? Yeah, I've read that one. Wow, I'm that far behind, sorry. Corridors wrote, angels are create being a little higher than humans. Again, it's, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just me because I can see it as clear as day. But I guess if you haven't researched, then. But angels are just Anunnaki if you go back to the original tablets. But of course, no one's. How many of you is actually going to go back and start researching the original tablets? Hands up. I don't know how many put their hands up, but anyone that's reading the Bible is not going to go back and read the original tablets. They're not going to pop to the British Museum, the Cairo Museum, or anything like that, or do research online. They're just not. They're just going to be happy. And I'm not knocking you. It's up to you if you want to do that, but sort of don't come to me and tell me your version is spot on when we know for a fact there's older tablets that talk about the same stuff. Clem has wrote, God will find you. Jesus loves you, brother. Which God? Elohim, plural, in the Bible, Old Testament. Which one do you want it? You want the Old Testament or you want New Testament? You can't have both. You can't pick and choose which Bible you want to read. As someone else has said earlier, you have to choose which one it is. And if you think that they're changed, then if they're changed, why are they changed? Who's changed them? For what reason? So I will stick with the gods, which is Elohim, which is actually the race name of the Anunnaki, which is cool. Mr. STIs wrote, so they'll do anything to hide it and keep you controlled. Mr. STI is obviously clearly clued up. Robs has wrote, Jesus is Lucifer. Do your research, buddy. You're spreading lies. There's some people out there still that don't even believe Jesus was born. So when you say to me, do my research, like I say, Jesus, oh God, you really don't know much. What? I don't know. It's not. Is it even worth going? The fact that Lucifer was before Jesus. But again, let's not look at facts. So if Jesus is Lucifer, it doesn't quite work for me. Sorry. Ice Guys wrote, I think there is a lot of. Richards wrote, the Bible is a fairy tale. Radagast is right. Oh geez, there's a few flurfs in here tonight. I'm not sure what a flurf is, but it sounds cool. Brad has wrote, so what are they talking about? Well, yeah, I read that one. Ice Guy's right. I think a lot of people throw alien around because they can't fathom a more intelligent being. But isn't that possible that an alien could be an intelligent being then? So just sounds like you're saying that there may be an intelligent being, but it's not an alien. Why can't it be? I mean, bearing in mind, I know I keep saying bearing in mind, but there's a lot of bearing in minds tonight. If you go by possibly the dates that Earth was formed compared to everywhere else, we are literally the new kid on the block, and we've actually got the original tablet that explains how Earth was formed. No, you don't. I do. I don't have it here because I'd probably be arrested, but it's in the British Library, British Museum, sorry. No, you don't have a tablet that tells you how Earth was formed. Who was here at that point? Well, the Anunnaki wrote it. Ah. Well, how do they know? Well, because it was their moons that smashed into Tiamat. Well, how do you know that? Well, it says it in the tablet. What's the tablet called? Leash. Where is it? British Museum. No such thing. You're lying. I'm not. It's there. Okay, maybe you're telling the truth then. Maybe you are actually on the right track. Mr. STI's for aliens will be used to bring in the New World Order. If you are someone that's been doing a lot of homework there, I can tell. You know exactly where you're going with that. With the word Project Bluebeam, etc., etc. You're obviously clued up, and that's what I like, people that's done their homework. Right, luckily I've just plugged the phone in because it's now on 9%. Angie's wrote to Richard, science say you're lying, we have tons of proof the Bible is true. Like I say, the Bible is a copy of the original text. So where the Bible may say, for example, it's not in the Bible, but I'm just going to use an example. So where the Bible might say Eridu did this and did that, the place Eridu. Now you go back to the original tablets and it will say Eridu did this and did that. So just because the Bible's copying the original text doesn't mean the whole Bible's true. It just means that they probably got that bit a little bit more right than some of the other bits. Do you see what I'm saying? I know you don't want to hear this. You really don't. You ain't going to go and look up cuneiform tablets, are you? You're not. So I don't know why I bother sometimes, but it's up to you if you don't want to. Martha's wrote, for those who are saying to read the Bible, please know that these texts have been manipulated by mankind. I couldn't have said it better myself, to be honest. It went all the way to the bottom. Sorry. Sorry, I'm just whizzing up. Sorry, I'm just going to have to pick somewhere in a sec. Again, so many messages. Okay, I'll have to just whiz one more time and then stop. Fake gynecologist has wrote 709. No, it's not a recording. Stoney's wrote, is it a recording? It's not. It's just I like to give everyone 100% of my attention. I can read it up earlier than that. KM Punkers wrote, Iraq had museums, yes, and the military went in regardless of what was shown on TV. Danny's wrote, what race of aliens are the small orb craft? So, okay, your first person that's actually asked me that, so good question, go to the top of the class. So there's 3 types of orbs. There's the tennis ball size, which are the ones that are spirits that fly around, join with us, leave us when we die, and go back round again. You got the basketball size ones that create crop circles, fly outside, been seen flying over fields and all sorts of stuff. And then you've got the bigger car size ones upwards that have been seen in the sky, sometimes in formations, etc. If they're the ones you're referring to, I have no idea whether they're sentient, whether they're drones, whether they're I have no idea on those ones. The other two, my opinion, are light energy beings, whereas those ones in the sky, I don't know. I've not heard anything from anyone that will tell me what they are. Isis wrote, what verse in the Bible mentions reincarnation? Like I say, I don't go by the Bible because obviously it's a copy of the original. But I do go by other tablets, such as the Emerald Tablets of Thoth and the Book of the Dead, for example, that talk about reincarnation. This Mighty has wrote, King James was very cavalier with death sentencing people. I'm not an expert on King James, but if you say that, then that would make sense why he would want to take out bits and pieces of the Bible if he's that kind of person. But I don't know. I mean, some people do deserve the death sentence, to be fair. Christopher has wrote, Nation of Islam teaches this theory. I'm not sure which one that you're referring to. Is that the orb joining with the in the womb at 3 to 4 months, which is correct? Yes, it does. Alan's wrote, the Greys are watching. I think they all are. And you always have to, when you say Greys, you always have to be a little bit careful, because there is technically 3 types of Greys that we're aware of now: military, Orion, and Zetas. So Arians wrote to Ice Skater, the word reincarnation isn't used in the Bible, but it does talk about it. KMP is right. I want to know what they did with all the things from the Iraq museums. Well, if you watch my videos, they went in, pretended they were, well, a particular group went in, if you remember back, smashed up things, had photos taken for the papers of them smashing up stuff in Iraq, all cuneiform stuff, all Sumerian stuff, funny enough, and things got stolen. And the reports were that it wasn't this particular group, it was the military, the way that they went in with earpieces on, and even though they were dressed in a particular style. Anyway, if you watch my videos, that I show an article a year ago, that says the American military's given back the stuff they stole from Iraq. So yes. And the thing was that with the Iraq Museum, is the curator of the Iraq Museum, Baghdad Museum, actually said that all of the fake stuff that they had, because sometimes you can't put on show the real thing, so you make a facsimile of it. But all the genuine cuneiform stuff or Sumerian stuff that was genuine was taken. Absolutely nothing else that wasn't taken. In other words, it was a highly organized group of people that supposedly was a different type of group, but not the military. But we all know the difference. 42 Kings wrote, would you say aliens are interdimensional beings? Again, I believe there's interdimensional aliens. Not all of them. Obviously, we know the planets that some of these come from, so they're not interdimensional. But I believe some of them are, but until we can prove that there's a second dimension, we have to sort of still say, we think, because until there's a guaranteed second dimension, for anything, we have to go along with what we are aware of. This Mighty Hurties wrote, Jehovah's Witnesses are genuine, but a lot of them don't know their Bible. Yeah, I mean, again, with the Bible, I'm not bashing the Bible. The Bible tried. All it done was copied, the best it could off of the older tablets. We know words now. We know the word levitation. We know the word spaceship. We know the word space even. But back then, they had chariots, they had heaven, and they had all sorts of different words for things, because they didn't know levitation. They didn't know half these words that we now know and couldn't describe it. Arlene's, I don't know why these lives are on TikTok have been messing me up lately. Why these lives on TikTok have been messing me up lately. I hope that's not me. I hope I'm not annoying anyone. Now for names has wrote, can you enlighten us about the emerald tablets? How long have you got? I have done a breakdown on my Patreon page, which is Our True History on Patreon, if anyone's interested. A long video, or loads of long videos, but one on, or two on emerald tablets of Thoth. So if anyone's interested, that's there. But basically, I'll be very brief because my throat's... Let me have a drink quickly. Sorry, I've been at this for a while. So the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, if anyone's interested, is basically Ningazida, which was an Anunnaki. He left Atlantis because he was warned off because they was going to drop a nuke on it. The other Anunnaki trying to kill Marduk. That's a whole backstory. But he went there with his technology, his flying craft. And, of course, later on we find out that Atlantis had technology, and we'll come up with these different stories to Atlantis, when really we've got it written in at least, well, the original tablets, the Emerald Tablets, are not to be found, but there was at least 10 translations of them over 1,000 odd years. So it's not more modern people, it's different people that had seen the tablets, translated them, so we can get an idea between the 10 different types of translations to what the closest version of the story was from those tablets. But cut a long story short, Ningazida stroke Thoth, in the Egyptian times, this was around the time, well, it goes deep, but this was around the time that Marduk and Ayana and Ningazida and Ninurta all realised that there is spirits and that there is something that may be a life after death. So it was at this point when they started to go all out and try and figure out how to get to the afterlife, or halls of Amenti, as it was written in the tablets. In fact, so much so that Ningazida, who built the first pyramid, built the small pyramid and then large pyramid, ended up building the middle one, which we call Khafre's pyramid, but it's not Khafre's pyramid, to be able to have the ability to go have an out-of-body experience by going into it. It's a long story. Watch my videos. But yeah, so he managed to have out-of-body experiences where he came across the Council of Aliens, which were light energy beings that would tell the... So these were quite large. These were the basketball size compared to the smaller ones. So when the ones that do the crop circles, it leads me to believe that they are the older ones. In other words, the more higher up ones. Anyway, in the tablets, it talks about that they were created at the same time as the universe was created. There's two main light energy beings, but that's another story. But anyway, yeah, so this Council of 7 aliens will tell your spirit, not your spirit, but a spirit, and a light energy being, hey, look, there's a person coming up, they're going to do this, that, and the other in their life, because they can actually see forward and backwards in time. They're going to be doing that. Your job will be to learn, how to, do TikToks properly and, learn history or whatever it is. So each one of those has a different job. It's like listed in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. I was fully aware of those, the Council of Aliens. They're the ones that give you your life review as well when you go back. But I never knew until I read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Not many people can actually decipher it. It says at the beginning you should read it 100 times. Only then do you understand it. And literally, it's not far wrong. I've read it many, many times. And each time I read it, I decipher something slightly different. Not different, but different than what I was already aware of. So that's really, just only because there's so many messages, that's really what the Emerald Tablets talk about, the life after death type of thing. But like I say, I break it down on my Patreon page if anyone's interested. Oxers, right? I would say it if you wanted. I'm not. I'm so far behind. I have no idea what I was talking about at that point. Sorry. Alan's wrote, pointless speaking to Christians. They are brainwashed. It's a shame, isn't it? I really did want to talk to. I mean, luckily I've got one person that's prepared to talk to me next, out of 10,000 people. And do you know the funny thing was, I did a video after saying, finally, someone's. I get, literally every post I get, every video I do, and there's 800. I get someone talking about Jesus this, God that, whatever. So I know they watch my videos. So when I said I want to debate with someone, they'll not one person. Anyway, as soon as I said I finally got someone, I had 2 people come on that new post after I said I found someone that's prepared to do it. I would have done it. Yeah, right. Danny's wrote, can you tell us the names of the Greek gods who were the gods if the Bible, I'm guessing that's in the Bible, Sumerian tablets. Well, there's many people have different debates on who they believe who was who. So to me, Kronos was King Anu. Zeus was Enlil. Poseidon was Enki. And then, Iana, which was the Sumerian name for Aphrodite. And so it's a long list of, obviously, the 12 main gods. Just so happens there's 12 gods of the... I am doing the Greeks at the moment. My videos are going through the Greeks, so I will be going through all of the 12 main Anunnaki people. Just so happens there's 12 Roman gods as well as 12 Sumerian gods. I mean, the logistics of that, you just realise that it's got to be the same people because they look the same height. There's statues in Greece and Rome of 12-foot people wearing with beards and long hair, whereas at least the Anunnaki had turbans on. But hey, so we've got statues of them at that size, and we've also got carvings and statues of the Anunnaki that size. So the chances of 2 other lots of 12 gods coming down from somewhere else and setting up locations fairly near each other, it's just too much of a coincidence, isn't it? In my opinion. Danny's wrote, Enlil is Zeus. Who is Anu? Who is Amun-Ra? So Amun-Ra, some people also still call just Ra, is Marduk. And his dad would have been Ptah in ancient Egyptian. And Enlil, I think he was Zeus. Oxers wrote at Brainwashed. Arlene's wrote to Sarah, what do you think is causing that I've updated it and reset my password? That's obviously something I've missed. Corridors wrote to Ice, the Bible says Jesus died for you so your sins can be forgiven, born again. See, again, the problem with that is we're still sinning big time. I mean, just look at politicians to start with, let alone billionaires with windows that want to wipe out. Yeah. So, if you was an almighty being, you wouldn't have just done one person. You wouldn't have just had one child in one location, because that didn't work. That would be a really naive move to do, and hope that one person will get around the whole planet, pre-dating airplanes and stuff like that. So, let's be honest. If you was an almighty being, would you do that? Would you just pick one person and... even if it is your own son, and hope that he gets round without getting into trouble? No. People are too smart for that. Danny's wrote, Jesus is Enlil, aka Zeus. You're talking, the problem with that is you're talking about 3,000 years difference. And at that point, Enlil was an old man here on Earth. Same as Nimna and Enki. So I can't imagine Enlil being reborn as Jesus. There's a whole narrative of Jesus being born, whereas Enlil would never have wanted. Enlil was a rank of 50, so that he would never have wanted to be seen as anything less than supreme ruler. The highest is what it says in many books and tablets. And I mean, when I say books, I'm on about old books, not modern books. So Peach has wrote Evening Sensei. Hi Peach, nice of you to join. Ice has wrote, the only thing religion has caused is guilt. That's a fair point. Peach has wrote 9:16. Thank you, Peach. Peach is smart enough to give me a time check, so people know that I am so far behind. Danny's wrote, Joshua is the man you called Jezed at corridor. In other words, the corridor. Alan's wrote ice wall and then laughing out really loud, because I'm guessing Alan's realised that there isn't an ice wall anywhere other than probably North and South Pole, as opposed to behind Australia, which no one can ever show us a picture of. You know, we've got telescopes that could, you know, if you was on a building on the edge of the coast of Australia and you pointed your telescope out, you should technically, if it's a flat Earth, see the ice wall, should you not? Seriously? We've got telescopes that can see things on the moon, UFOs flying out of the moon. If you're telling me we can't see a massive ice wall on a flat Earth from Australia, which will be, you're looking at, I don't know, what, 20 miles out? 30 miles? Even 100 miles? Bearing in mind the moon is thousands. To be fair, I don't actually know how many miles. I did used to know, I've completely forgotten. But from a logical point of view, you could see on a flat Earth the ice wall that no one can see because it's not there. Oxus wrote, "Why must we consume living things in order to continue living?" I grapple with that every single day, and I watch documentaries about, you know, microorganisms that eat other microorganisms. I don't know if you've seen them. They're zoomed so far in, and literally these things are just moving around. And as soon as something comes near it, they'll gomp, gomp, and that's another living being. It's just eaten. So right from what I'm saying is right from a cellular level, it's inherent in us to eat anything that we can, which is a horrible way to live. I mean, I don't really eat meat. I'll have I know you're going to laugh at this, but I have a hamburger, but that's about it from McDonald's if I'm out with my kids. But I'm not really a vegetarian, but I'm not really a meat eater either. Batman's wrote, I think I blocked Batman, ages back, but Batman's wrote, can't they create gold? The Anunnaki, no. No, obviously gold's, I mean, we can't create gold either. So, and if you look at their technology, I ascertained that they were about 300 years ahead of us, which, you know, is good, but it's not, you know, miracle stuff. It's not something like, you know, they can just do whatever they want. The Greys and that, yes, they're well ahead of the Anunnaki. Ad Barn has wrote, has anyone thought aliens were demons? Yes, I get it every day. Every day I get people saying there's no such thing as aliens, they're demons. Every day, which is why I decided to do this live chat. So although we can sort of pinpoint where they come from, we can describe what they look like, and we can even say that some of them help us, to people there's still no such thing as aliens, they're demons. Ice Skaters, right? I believe Jesus walked this earth, however God does not give ultimatums. Okay, fair point. Danny's wrote, the man you called Jesus is called Joshua, from what I have discovered. Again, Joshua predates Jesus, so no, Yahweh. Sorry, Yahweh. I was thinking Yahweh. Yahweh is Enki. Which is why when you read the Bible, 1 minute God's wrathful, next minute God's nice, but they're not talking gods. Now, if you actually read it, one will say the Lord, or one will say Yahweh or Ea. Yes, even Ea's mentioned in the book of Ezekiel. So when you break it down, when you do your research, and you realise that it's actually talking about more than one God, even though we will read Yahweh, we'll read Lord, we'll read God, we'll read whatever it is, we'll just sit there and think, or people do sit there and think, it's the one God they're talking about. They're just using different names for the one God, but it's actually different names for the different Anunnaki. Fake has wrote, thanks Jim, howling with laughter on that one. I'm not sure what one that was, but Alan's wrote, America has Black Ops space fleets, just put it out there. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I've sort of known about that for a long time, but Gary McKinnon sort of solidified it when he hacked into NASA and saw the list of their space fleet. So that sort of nailed it for me. In other words, I've been hearing it on whistleblowers and all that kind of thing, but to actually have a third party then come out and say it was really good for me to hear that. Just scrolling down. Alan's wrote, can't wait to see your film. It'll be our film. I want to do it in such a way that I'm working on now. I've had to get people to do various different things, websites and stuff. So although I can do websites, I'm too busy chatting to you guys. So yes, it's in the works. And the good thing is, hopefully we can get the movie going, and okay, I'll just give you a little hint. There's going to be a trailer coming out in the next couple of weeks, and just from the title that I put up the other day, that's had 160,000 views and loads of shares. This trailer, I'm praying, will do what it needs to do to get the awareness out there. So, so I'm working on it. Alan's wrote, the Queen is Draco. See, I struggle with that because if you was a reptilian overlord, because from what I understand, the Dracos were the ones with the horns and the capes, whereas the other reptilians were not classed as Dracos, even though they work with them or under them. So if the Queen was a Draco, first of all, she's not 7 to 8 foot tall with horns and whatnot and a cape. But second, what kind of life would it be if you was a race that was going around wiping out other planets, and then you end up being stuck as some woman that could go around cutting ribbons and stuff like that? That's not really, it just doesn't sit right with me that she's a reptilian of any kind. AJ Beach, I feel like we're too connected to this realm not to have originated here. That's an interesting way of looking at it, actually. Corridors wrote to Alan, I was an atheist 31 years ago. God revealed his son Jesus to me 6 years ago. He's real. Now this is the sort of person I'd like to ask a zillion questions to, because obviously I kind of have a logical brain. Now, can I ask, first of all, how sure are you that it was Jesus? This is where my battery starts. My phone, I don't know if anyone can hear me. It says lost connection. I'm just waiting to see if it comes up. Let me, just gone all the way to the bottom now. I know I haven't. Unstable connection. That's because my phone overheats. So if you're losing me, it's probably that. So I'll probably have to end soon because it overheats and people disappear. But I would like to know, how sure are you that it was Jesus? First of all, did he have a beard, and did he look like Jesus? That we know of Jesus. Now hold that thought. If you're going to say yes, has everyone looked down and said he's seen? Because you say God revealed His Son Jesus, so you can't reveal without really showing. So, are you saying that Jesus had the stereotypical beard, longish hair, that kind of look? Because if you go back to the original drawings of Jesus, and yes, there is ancient drawings of Jesus, he had no beard, he had short hair, and he was wearing Roman clothes. Ooh, so where do we go with this? Are we going to go with the more modern version of what we believe Jesus looked like, or are we going to go by the original versions of what Jesus looked like? And I'm not just making that up. You can actually go and look up the original drawings, sketches, etc. We're talking, 1,000+ years ago, of these drawings of Jesus. Or do we go by the modern one? Because if you wrote yes to the modern one, then are we just doing what we did with, Father Christmas, sticking him in a red suit instead of green, as he should have been? Do you see what I mean? So how sure are you that it was Jesus now that I've just told you that Jesus doesn't look like Jesus that we were aware of? Because if you said yes to that question, then really what you're doing is perceiving something that you believe was Jesus. So could it have been you dreaming and seeing it? I'm just throwing it out there. Now, if there was a miracle that happened in your life, could it not have been your spirit guide? Do you see what I mean? So I'm just throwing these things out there. That's why I'd like to talk to someone one day. And hopefully next week will be the one. Fake Ezra, I do love it when people say aliens don't exist. Here, take my shoes for a year. Say different then, yes, because you obviously had your experiences. I know I said it right at the beginning of the video. I said, what about when someone said they don't exist? What about all the people that have come across them one way or another? But ARCT Arctic has wrote, hey, Atlas isn't Greek. Kind of random statement in the middle of everything else, but what makes you say that? Bearing in mind he did have issues with the Greek gods, which is why he got punished. And then Hercules had to help him out. So I'm interested to know why you say he wasn't. Hyan as wrote, I don't hear anyone refer to aliens as demons. Oh, just go on my. I should. On my. I don't know which video it was. I think my last video, I think it was. Someone. That's what made me do this today. Someone wrote aliens and demons. Then I said to them, go watch video 855, and they said I can't. It's whatever. So yeah, people still say it. People say that aliens are demons. There's no such thing as aliens. Rand has wrote Arizona in 76. My God, is that how far back I am? If you're referring to Travis Walton. So I was right on the year. Weren't sure exactly the area. So yes, I was spot on the year then. That was cool. Thank you, Rand, for that. Native Woman's wrote crazy movie was made about him. Yes, called Fire in the Sky. Very good film. Had you all know him as Rockford Files. Those of you that are old enough. He was also played in Maverick, the film, and I think also in the TV show. And I'm trying to remember his name. That's why I'm stalling. I'll tell you everything else about him, but not his name. It starred. I'll leave it to you guys to remember who it was. But there's a couple of other famous people in it, I think, or turned famous later on after the film was made. But I've listened to Travis many, many, many times. And just to let you know that he said at the end of the movie where he was naked, he wasn't naked. They left his clothes on him. So, yeah, there was no nakedness going on. But he did say that some of the stuff they put in the film was embellished compared to his version. Hillary's wrote morning. Morning, Hillary. Uh, Sherry's wrote, "Hi from Ohio." Yes, that was a great movie. It was a good movie, actually. I thought it was really well done and everything. I remember watching it for the first time ages back. Hillary, hope you're all good. Yeah, we are. Oh, I'm okay, thank you. Sheriff wrote, yes, it's 81 here in the US. I'm guessing that's the heat. I'm guessing that's to do with the heat, maybe. Just scrolling down. Danny's wrote to Hillary and Pete's, get a room, you two. Hillary's wrote to Peach, bless you, missed you guys. Yeah, I see why Danny's wrote that. Red Pill has wrote, have you researched into the gin? Yes, I have. Yeah, obviously you've not really asked the question, but yes. I know that the new Miss Marvel TV series is talking about the jinn. Of course, they're portraying them as humans, which, if you go back to the proper Arabic versions, they weren't in human form. They would possess things such as dolls or a lamp, even. So you got Genie of the Lamp. That's where that came from. But they, as far as I'm aware, they were never physical human beings. They would possess humans, yes. But Miles is right. Where did the water from the flood go? It fell off the flat Earth. Um, I know where you're going with that. Yeah, I get told off for talking about flat Earths. Banana Man, thoughts on Bob Lazar? 100% genuine. Absolutely. I've researched everything he said. I've researched his schematics. I've researched his videos that he showed showing flying craft with with John Lear and their wives and everything else. I've done my homework on Bob Lazar, and I find him to be highly intelligent and very credible. Yeah, Liam's right. 150-year-old demons, laugh out loud. Demons are eternal. Yeah, I see the. Okay, so you probably joined later on, but the demons in the original translation basically means meteorites. Fakers wrote to Liam's laboratories. He said to the Red Devil demon is a 150-year-old story. Oh, right, okay, I see where you're going. Yeah, sorry, Liam's. Yeah, fakes, right, correct. I was talking about the version of demons that are in the red with the horns and the tail. Thank you, fake, for coming out there. Liam's wrote to fake. Oh, the idea of it. Okay, then yeah, that's what I was referring to. Not no, the demons actually, believe it or not, even though the Anunnaki spoke about them as meteorites. Bearing in mind the Anunnaki were here for 450,000 years, but by the time the Sumerians came along, which was about 8 to 9,000, give or take, 8 to 9,000 years ago, or BC, then they actually started talking about demons back then. But again, it could have been quite simply that, like how we say phrases now. We say, "Oh, for the love of God," not that people even believe there's a God. They just say the phrase, and so people back then could have been using the word demon as something that's oh, you're going to be struck down by a demon. Makes sense, bearing in mind the meteorites come down and could strike people, especially if they have a meteorite shower. So over time, I think it got hijacked. But yes, Sumerians did mention the word demons as in something that will get you. But they wasn't really referring to a spirit thing, I don't think, to start with. But over time, as we know, we will hijacked it to turn it into whatever we want it to be, really, a demon. Danny's wrote, what race of aliens do the small metallic orbs occupy? Metallic. metallic orbs. When you say small, I'm guessing you're referring to sort of tennis ball size, but I'm not aware of any metallic orbs. Obviously, the light ones I'm aware of, but not metallic. No, you got me on that one. Liam's wrote, can you do lives more or upload the audio after a live on a podcast so I can listen whenever? Thank you, Liam. They are on Spotify. So you can go to Spotify and listen to many of them. Some of them are 4 hours long, but covering different subjects, Bigfoot, all sorts of things that people ask questions on. Today's more was focused on the demon thing, but yeah, they're on Spotify. So Our True History on Spotify, or just go to my website because everything's there that you will point you to the right places so you can make sure you can find everything. Is ourtruehistory.co.uk. Some live chats I've put up on my Patreon page separate from the Spotify or the YouTube ones. YouTube, Spotify, and website are all the same ones. Patreon are different ones, just so that it mixes it up a bit. Bezman has wrote, "You're doing a very good job. Enjoy listening to you." Oh, thank you very much. Fake Gynecologist has wrote, Patreon and his website, also YouTube. To Liam's, well done. Fake seems to know a lot about me. I'm getting worried now. No, I'm joking. Liam's wrote to Fancologist, I'm not paying, laugh out loud. No, that's why I've got Saturn paid out for my own website for you guys to go there and watch them and listen to everything free of charge out of my own kindness and my own goodness. But longer videos that are on, where I break down, like I said, Emerald Tablets of Thoth. I talk about things that I don't ever talk about on YouTube or TikTok or anywhere, such as the glass balls on Mars, on the backside and front side of Mars, which you may not be aware of. I talk about quantum mechanics, etc. As my daughter said, for the efforts that I put in, bearing in mind I'm paying for my own website, so you guys can, and I have to sit and convert these into sets of 5 and sets of 50 on a Saturday when I could be doing other things. So to upload for you guys. So my daughter says to me, at least try and get something out of it, even if you're giving extra stuff on Patreon. It's a fair thing to do. Bearing in mind, Patreon, as my daughter points out, is really there. You shouldn't have to give extra content. Patreon is just for you to support. I've seen so many other people just getting Patreon followers just for the support so that they can carry on doing what they're doing. But whereas I am the type of person that will try and give you extra content on top of everything else, which I'm doing for you guys. Vikings wrote, great take on things, respect. Thank you very much. To me, the only thing I've got going for me is sort of a logical brain. I'm not saying that it's perfect or anything, so don't think I'm being big-headed. But I like to look at things in a logical way, and if it doesn't make sense, then it's probably not the way it should be. So that's how I go through life, looking at things in a logical point of view instead of just believe in everything. I try and see if it works out. Finger Ninjas wrote, I thought the Greeks had 3 heavens. One is the sky above us and 2 is in space. So the Greeks, let me just have a drink. Sorry, my throat. Now technically, no to that because obviously Atlas holding up the sky. So they didn't have. Sorry, there's dogs barking as well. Oh, someone's coming in. Sorry, I'm distracted there. So the answer. Sorry, someone's shouting now. I hope being distracted. From memory, I'm going back through the Greek videos now, doing videos on them. From memory, I don't recall them talking about heaven much. I need to research that. So you got me on that one a little bit. Scamlet, hi. Why didn't the Anunnaki just mine for gold on asteroids? They did. It says so in the tablets. They lost 2 ships. Now, although technically the asteroids were nearer to them, the asteroid belt, what would you rather do? Go out. I mean, you could argue they should have made a grappling device instead of trying to mine on the actual and then bring back one of the rocks. But maybe they did do that, and maybe there was, smaller rocks just flying around at a faster pace than they could actually see, and before you know it, it's whacked their craft. But on a logical point of view, go up there, mine on a asteroid for as long as you can before you need toilet, before you need sleep, before you need food, or mine on a planet where you've got food, you can sleep, you can relax, you don't need to wear a suit, and you've got hardly any danger of being whacked by another rock. So I know which one I would probably choose. But yeah, they lost 2 ships. Thank you, Liam's, for the roses. Thank you. If anyone else has sent roses, sometimes I close my eyes while I talk. I think I'm probably still losing connection here. Fake gynecologist wrote content on there as just said. Tattered Gent has wrote hello. Thank you, Liam. You don't have to do all the roses, and Hillary's at it now as well. Thank you. You don't have to. It's nice though. Liam's wrote, I'm going to paint your website name on that massive bridge on the motorway. Laugh out loud. Thank you. I take that as a compliment. And that's the quickest way to get it shut down, I'm sure. Harpreach wrote, hi, I hope you're okay. But I'm fine, thank you. Yes, a bit sweaty now. I've been doing this a bit too long tonight. Then Fakes wrote, thank you, Hillary. Now that's dedication to the cause of truth. That was to Liam. User 72, could you explain your thoughts on why aliens are not demons? Well, first of all, the original texts were meteors, so that's what a demon was. If you go back to the first ever mention of them, which is in ancient Sumerian tablets. Second, a demon is your demon and my demon will be totally different. If you describe your demon right now, start typing it out. Let everyone see what you write, and you'll probably say red with horns, and that's only because we've seen that on TV. But that's only 150 years ago that was actually even come up with. So you can kind of roll that one back out. And third, when you've got aliens, and we know where they're from, and we know some of them help us and some of us don't, and then why would we call them demons when we actually, know what they're about? Why would we do that? I don't see what benefit there would be calling every single alien a demon. It's just wrong. Again, when we go to another planet, we'll be demons because we'll be aliens on another planet. So does that make us demons? No. So why are we not demons? Why are they demons? Just because they're flying around from planet to planet and we do it, we're now not demons, but they are? That doesn't make sense. So yeah, that's why. Liam's wrote, if they created us, why they create so many races and some less intelligent than others? If you're on about people on Earth, it's not that simple. So I'll be as brief as I can. I have done videos on this. Right, back in the day, there was hominids, different types of hominids: Homo floresiensis, Homo erectus, Denisovans, Neanderthals, and so on and so on and so on. There was loads all over the planet, different degrees of cognitive abilities. The Neanderthals seem to be the one that the Anunnaki added their own DNA and created the first human. But all of those other hominids, where they were on the same continent, they would be breeding with each other. So Denisovans would breed with Neanderthals would breed with Homo erectus back with them, and so on. So you've got we've got evidence of a whole load of skeletons and skulls, etc., that belong to species that were half this and half that didn't obviously carry on living too long for whatever reason, whether humans wiped them out or whatever. And then you've got the humans that also bred with all of the above. And that's where you get your different colours, your different types, your different, IQ levels, shall we say. That's pretty much it, really. And then you end up with the Anunnaki then breeding with the humans that they had created, which gave us the civilized ones. And I say that because that's what it translates to in their tablets. So when they physically had relationships with the humans that they had created, then the more smartest ones came out of that coupling. And they're the ones that they taught in the end in Sumeria, which is why we've got everything started in Sumeria. Makes a lot more sense than the Bible version, really. Hillary's a shame you haven't got mods that attend class. Hillary, you are now. Oh, you are a mod. You're already a mod. I was just about to make you a mod. Would I'm just reading what Fake says. Would Fake like to be a moderator? Let me know. Hillary's making jokes. Jesse's right. I love that book. I'm not sure which one I was referring to. Whether it was Book of Enoch or Book of Enki or someone else's book that they was talking about. Peter says 7:47. Okay, that's a long night tonight. Right, I'll have to go soonish then. Danny's wrote, hi, what do you think about the Tartaria tablets? Are you referring to Tartarus? Sorry, someone talking in the background. Which is the Greek underworld, or are you referring to Tartarian Empire? Because I'm not aware of Tartaria tablets, or if I have read them, it's a long time ago. So I can't answer that because it's something that's not fresh in my memory to be able to answer. Sorry. Hate not answering things. Jess has wrote, they got the story from somewhere. Every religion, you have your own version. HLAN has wrote, are you profile? I'm sorry, pro-life. I was expecting it to say, this is, yeah, now you know I was in special needs at school. I assumed things wrongly. Are you pro-life? You mean in terms of abortions, etc.? So if you go along with the ancient tablets, as well as the Islam, where it says that the soul, the spirit, joins with you when you're 3 to 4 months in the womb, you could go along with that side of things and say, well, that's when you get become life. However, I slightly disagree with that, because all that is an energy being joining with you. That's not you. That's not your own consciousness. Yes, when you die, you're obviously joined with that and float around or whatever, but that's not you. That's just that learning from you or joining with you like a hard drive. So I'm not an expert on if that's what you're referring to, the sort of abortion type things. I'm not an expert on when something becomes life or not. I mean, one could argue that, and forgive me for saying this, but one could argue that the man's essence, shall we say, contains life to start with. You could argue. So that's for a better man than me to go down all of that line. But obviously, any killing. I mean, I walk past snails and pick them up off the ground and walk to a hedge or whatever and put them underneath it. So I am so pro-life. Yeah. Marcus wrote, what wiped out, killed the Anunnaki, or did they leave the planet? So the elder Anunnaki died off. I'm I call them demigods because regardless of which Anunnaki it was, they were offspring of the Anunnaki and humans. Their lifespans eventually dwindled from 900 years down to what we've got pretty much now, where they kept breeding with normal people, so their longevity just got less and less and less, and we know that from the historical records. For example, Noah was only 300 years, whereas Adam was 900 odd years. So the more they bred with people, the less the lifespan seems to be. However, some of the demigods, and I'm waiting till video number 1000 to tell you where I think some of those demigods ended up on Earth. But I'm leaving that because I don't want to get pulled off because it might be controversial. But some of them may have went back to their own planet. They did talk about some of them possibly going back. Based Matthews wrote, heaven is the brain, it's the cerebrum, Sarah and the Abraham, Ra Ram, Sabra Ram. I mean, I see where you're going with that, but obviously cerebral and cerebram is a fairly modern word. So for back then, someone to have done that and then, don't know. Plus also, any clairvoyant medium and spiritualist will tell you there's no such thing as heaven because there's only higher frequencies and lower frequencies. So I would probably still go with no heaven. Hillary's right, how's everyone been? Not too bad. I went to the London Film Comic Con type thing today and I had a photo with Deanna Troi, Maria Sirtis, if anyone remembers who she was. Prince has wrote, are the gods Anunnaki coming back? Regardless of what people say, no. They're already dealing with our military, and there's no way they're going to be coming back, A, to take over the planet, because technically they had the planet all to themselves, and B, they would have done it a long time ago without us getting the sort of technology and weapons that we've got now, and C, they wouldn't let us know that they're coming back. There's no benefit to them letting us know they're coming back because we will probably try and kill them and steal their ships, depending on where they land, and take their tires off their ship and whatever else. Go for a joyride in it. So no, they're not coming back. They know what we're like. Jesse's wrote, I'm ready to Marion tablets, and I mentioned it one time. I'm ready to Marion, Marion tablets, and I mentioned it one time. Sorry, you got me on that. I'm ready to Marion. I don't know what that means. Sorry. Marcus wrote, religion has caused so many wars and deaths all over a book. Yes, but you got to remember there's 4,000 religions now, so it's not sort of just based off of the Bible. There's other books. I mean, if you put S on there, then yes, I would totally agree with you. Terrace has wrote, aliens are demonic, so yes, they are demons. There you go. Someone asked me earlier, no way that people believe aliens are demons, and I said, yeah, there's people out there that do. So they've generalized by saying aliens, bearing in mind there's different races of aliens, are demonic. So regardless of whether they're nice ones, this person's now stuck them in a category of something evil, bearing in mind there's no such thing as demons. It's just something that we perceive as evil. So obviously the aliens don't have red skin and red horns and tails like we perceive a demon to be. So there you go. So people do still believe that aliens are demonic or demons, even though there's no evidence whatsoever that they're demonic, just because they abduct us. If they were evil, we probably wouldn't be here. Think about that for a sec. You could say, well, they harvest us, they eat us, therefore that's why they're leaving us here. But we do the same with animals. What do you mean? Hang on a minute. You can't use that logic. Well, we do. We harvest animals. And in some places, it's disgusting how they treat the animals and chickens and whatever else. Are we demonic? Think about that for a second, Therese. Think about it. If you're saying that they're demonic because why? As far as you're aware, the only evil things they would do is abduct us and then put us back. Unharmed, pretty much most of the time. But you're classing them as evil. And yet, we do the same, but we actually do worse to animals. And then you can say, well, they're animals. But to an alien race, we're animals. We're not on their level. We can't even comprehend the pyramid, let alone space, quantum. We're numpties compared to them. So, you see what I mean? You can't have it both ways. You can't say that we are not demonic. We're demonic then. You have to agree with me. Sorry, but you have to. You can't have it your way after everything I've just logically said. Marcus wrote, Eric's amazing man to listen to. Not sure who Eric is, but that's cool if he is. Then Therese has wrote to Mark, not really, in capitals. I don't know whether that's Eric's supposed to be me. Richie Mitchells wrote the 1/3 of
WhatsApp. Someone has sent you a WhatsApp.
1/3 of the angels fell to earth are demons. So see, this is the thing. You see, everybody. This is why I like doing these. You do it long enough, you get people contradicting each other. So now we've got only 1/3 of. Whereas Mark earlier said aliens are demonic, so yes, they're demons. And now we've got another person saying 1/3 of the angels that fell to earth, bearing in mind they're the Yaiki, which was Anunnaki, they're demons. So you can't have it each. See what I mean? This is why I like doing this, because it kind of people catch themselves out by throwing out things. But just to let you know, Richie, that the fallen angels were the Yaigi, which were the Anunnaki, which were on Mars. It says so in the ancient tablets. Yaigi translates into watching or watchers. So yeah, and they stole human women. It says so in the tablets. So no, they're not demons. They were just fed up because there were 200,000 years on Mars without any women. And that's why they came down. But obviously, you've not researched. And Teresa's wrote to Richie, yes, I agree with you. Hang on a minute. I just caught you out. You're a bit of a... Sorry, I'm going to have to say it. You're a numpty. You can't say aliens are demonic, so yes, they are demons, and then agree that 1/3 of the angels fell to earth are demons, because they were Anunnaki and therefore they were aliens, in which case they were all, as you said earlier, all demonic. So now you're saying angels are demonic as well. Think about it. If you're going to say that they're not Anunnaki, then you're saying that the angels are demonic. So now we've got aliens and angels are demonic, but yet not Bill Gates. Funny that. So this is why I like doing this. Always be the smartest in the room. Hillary's wrote to Therese, no need to shout, sweetie. That's in the capitals. Well done. No one messes with Hillary. She'll be back. And then Teresa's wrote to Hillary, oh, you can hear me, darling. And then Hillary's wrote, definitely can. And then, forgive me if I pronounce your name wrong, Therese. I don't know how it's pronounced. Or is it Teresa? Sorry, it might even be Teresa. So this is why I was in special needs. This is why I reread everything 1,000 times. Fake gynecologist has wrote, there have been many human takes on the ancient words used for new meanings. Yes. Yeah, I think I did a video, you're right. I think I did a video recently showing words in the Bible that have actually come and been changed properly to what they are now. So it's a shame that people will tell me I'm wrong when I point out that you're right, fake. You're right, that there are words that have been officially changed to what we understand now. Lils has wrote, and the government want one religion. Yeah, that's, I know where you're going with that. Hillary's wrote, Greece God. Is that John Travolta? That's probably referring to the Greek gods. And then Fakers wrote the Fonz. He was a god. All right, hands up. Who looked up to the Fonz thinking he was cool? And not Richie Cunningham. However, his daughter's turned out quite nice. No, not in that way. I meant she's a film director now, which is nice. And she's a redhead, bear in mind. So red lives matter, redhead. Liam's wrote, you keep quoting the Bible, but can't you do Islam? I've not, I've read some of Islam writings, so I can't. I will be going back round doing as much as I can, so I will get to Islam. The only problem with that, and forgive me for saying this, is I'm a little wary because there's, Christians will get upset with me. Catholics will get upset with me. I'm just worried about Islam people might get a little bit more upset with me. Forgive me if I'm wrong. It's just the way it sort of comes across, because I remember there was a French guy that did a drawing of something to do with Islam, and next thing you know, he publicised it was in the paper. Bearing in mind there's caricature drawings of God and there's caricature drawings of Jesus and all sorts of things all over the world, but he got murdered for doing that. So if do you see where I'm going with this? I don't want to say that everyone does that, and there's probably people out there that will do it with the other people, but I'd rather not get into any entanglement with people over something that if they get too upset, then it's not worth doing, if that makes sense. So forgive me for saying that. Plus, also, the Bible is a copy of directly off of the Anunnaki tablets, whereas Islam, I'm still unsure exactly how that all fits into everything because I've not read it properly, if that makes sense. So, but I'm happy to learn. Danny's wrote, what race of aliens fly the metallic orbs? Yeah, I've not heard of the metallic ones. So you got me on that. Liam's wrote all Nordics. I'm not sure what I was saying at that point. Danny's wrote Greys or Nordics, you say. Again, I'm not sure where. And then Liam's put Pleiadians. User 72's wrote Aleister Crowley is a renowned occultist, interesting man, worth a look.
WhatsApp. Someone has sent you a WhatsApp.
Okay, that's probably why I've not looked into them, because I try and avoid cults. I've mentioned it many a time before on videos. I try and avoid them because it ends up down the line where people get hurt, kids or whatever, and I don't like that. So I do try and avoid cults. Danny's wrote, get some likes on the go, guys. Oh, no, you don't have to. Save your fingers, thank you. Liam's wrote, truth revealer, okay, you keep digging down and tell us when you've hit it. And then Mark's wrote, the truth, it's a book that has stories in it that cannot be real. I'm an atheist. And then Liam's wrote, the truth, you've been and took pictures, yeah? I'm probably missing something on that lot. John Joe has wrote, aliens are reptiles, which is interesting because we've had people saying that aliens are demons. And sorry, anyone want two dogs? Harpreet wrote, I do like David Icke, but I don't agree with everything he says. No, I like David. I find him very slow to listen to. When I do listen to him, I try and put it on sort of 1.5 speed just to get the information out there. But yeah, there's a few things I don't agree with. Some of his stuff I did agree with, but yeah, you're right. Some I don't. Liam's wrote, I know the answer to everything. Is it 47 or 23 or 13? John Joe's wrote, they have lived on this earth longer than we have. Is that to do with the reptiles? I know there's stories out there of reptiles living under earth, etc., etc., but unfortunately, we've got no evidence of that. I know people say, well, there is, but there isn't. I mean, the earliest mention of reptile or reptilian humans was in Edgar Rice Burroughs' book about Tarzan, and they said there was lizard people underground, and that's the earliest record we've ever got of anything. I mean, is mentions of serpents in ancient texts, but that's not serpents as in two hands, two legs, and a sentient being that's as smart as the Anunnaki. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing like that. So I would go with no. There is no reptile aliens on this planet before us. Marx wrote to Truth. The Bible doesn't have answers. It's all down to interpretation. Truth Revealer. Have you read The Lost Book of Enki? If not, have a read of that, and I'd love to know your thoughts after reading it. Liam's wrote to Harpreet, same. It's frustrating sometimes how self-righteous he can be. I'm hoping that's not me. Danny's wrote, a wise man once said he knows nothing. Ain't that the truth? Lil has wrote to Harpreet. He has said a lot that has been true. Sorry, I'm just scrolling down to more questions just in case. Sorry, people chatting to each other. I was just trying to go to the questions, otherwise people will just disappear. Mark's right. I think some men got together and thought, let's write a book, Bible with stories that people believe. Again, we've got the original. I know. To me, I feel bad to keep saying it, but I've seen them. I've read different translations of them, and a lot of the stuff is in the Bible. I say a lot because obviously there's bits added extra and taken, especially 3,000 years onwards, that's not from original text, but it tried. Danny's wrote, what race of aliens fly the orb-shaped craft? I do not know that. The ones that are in the sky, I have no idea. If anyone knows or even got an inkling, let me know. Dixie's, is there any Anunnakis out there in the cosmos now? Oh my God, am I that far behind? I remember reading that before when it went all the way to the bottom. Yes, they'll be still on their own home planet. Danny's wrote, been here for an hour for you to answer my question as best you can. I'm just trying to find about the orb. Yeah, sorry, Danny, I don't know. I've said it many times on live chats. I do not know who flies those ones in the sky. The ones that hover over fields and stuff, I think, are sentient life beings, just like the Book of Thoth says, and spirit, mediums, etc. But the ones that fly, I don't know what they are. Dixie's wrote, do you think there has been interplanetary wars with the Anunnaki? Not us, no. I mean, they only left us about 3,000 BC, so I mean it's still a long time. But and prior to that, it comes across that they believed there was no other races other than us. The way they wrote everything, it seems to me they wasn't aware of another race until about, give or take, 3,000 years ago, when I think they met the Little Greys, but that's for another day story. Liam's wrote, when he says he is making a movie, he means a YouTube video. No, I don't actually. A feature film. I've shot 6. When I say shot, directed 6. I've been making all sorts of things. I've used to do music videos back in the day for Joan Armour Trading, which you probably don't remember, Level 42. Oh, I've done documentaries. I've done, even before all that, with the obligatory wedding videos and stuff like that. I've won some awards and blah blah blah. So yeah, my movies are out there. I've written scripts for other people for their movies and stuff like that. I've tweaked people's scripts. So when you say YouTube video, it should end up. This one should end up somewhere other than YouTube, I hope. Moving on, Jesse with the stages of figs were in. Not sure what that means. Devil Murderers wrote, "Why was it muted? Don't you respect opinions and want people to discuss the truth?" I have no idea what you're saying there. I know sometimes at the top it comes up unstable connection, and then sometimes it says something muted, and I thought it meant you guys were muted. Am I being muted for 5 minutes or something? Because it come up with your, well, not you, but something's been muted for 5 minutes. Is that me? Am I being muted? Does anyone else know that? Notice that? Obviously, when I play these back, because it's recorded, I've never heard a gap in it. So to Devil Murderer, that is if you where you wrote. Why was it muted? First of all, I don't know. It was, but don't you respect people's opinions and want people to discuss the truth? If you've actually spent more than 2 minutes listening to me, I sit here and read out everyone's questions. Otherwise, if I didn't, I wouldn't. I would just flick through to the questions that I know that I want to answer. Does that make sense? So hopefully you're still hearing me. So I don't know. I must have said words. If TikTok's blocked me for 5 minutes or however long, muted, then I don't know what the word was that triggered it, but I apologise. It's not the way I am. Liam's wrote, "Oh my god, the truth guy on another account." It's the truth guy. Oh, you mean Devil Murderer? Oh, right, okay. So Devil Murderer was blocked, was he? I don't remember Truther guy blocking him. So unless someone else blocked him. If someone puts up a numpty comment like, oh, I was probed by aliens last night and stuff like that, then yes, I kind of block people because it's wasting my time reading it out. But if you put sensible questions, then I don't block people. Thank you, Harpreet, for that popping up. Just scrolling down. Oh, Winnie's joined. Winnie's wrote to Devil Murderer, they would have blocked you if that was the case. Devil Murderers wrote, "Time will come and you will see." I'm guessing that was to do with Jesus coming back, maybe. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but bearing in mind all those people in the camps in World War II that prayed didn't get any help, and no one ever has prayed and got any help ever. So I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Richie's wrote to Mark, "I disagree because I have saw my new gardening angel guardian angel 20 years ago. That's what I believe." So remember, I don't know if you've heard me earlier, I say that they're spirit angels. Sorry, you get me saying their word angels now. Spirit guardians. That's no problem. They're there. Clairvoyants can vouch for that. Angels they can't really vouch for, but they can vouch for spirit guides. So when you say you saw your guardian angel, what you probably saw was your guardian spirit. So once you break that down and you realise that, and this isn't just me saying it, go do your research. You'll realise that an angel is just an Anunnaki if you do your research. But when you realise that it was a spirit guardian, not an angel, then you realise, okay, why am I sort of following Almighty Being that there's zero proof of, but there is proof of spirits. loads of proof of spirits, all sorts of things, glass flying off shelves, clairvoyants knowing things they shouldn't know, but zero proof of an almighty being that done anything that we've got proof of. So when you say guardian angel, I would say guardian spirit. Liam's wrote no. He ain't done no films or TV, and then laughing at me as if I'm a numpty. Okay. No, you're right. I wasn't in Pinewood for however long. I didn't take over a whole studio, film studio, but yeah, we'll just go along with that. We'll believe you instead of me. NASA's wrote, why blocking me then? NASA, sorry. I'm just scrolling down. I don't know what that suddenly come from. Hillary's wrote, no one's blocking you, to NASA. If you was a different name and you said something stupid like, aliens are probing me at night or whatever, and I mean jokingly as opposed to actually being probed by aliens, then that just wastes my time reading it out. So I may have blocked someone that said something numpty, but if you're asking good questions, there's no problems from my end. Reds has wrote, time is 8:21. Wow. Okay, I'm well behind. Evening all, you have you watched Alien Gods from Nibiru? I've watched a lot of those type of documentaries, but I try not to watch the ones where one person has made the documentary, if that makes sense. In other words, where their opinion is throughout a whole program. I struggle with that, but if it was made by sort of loads of researchers putting their 2p's worth in, etc., then, but I can't remember what titles of them. I've watched a lot. I've got I couldn't remember which one it is. Sorry if I did watch it. Aurora's put some clappy hands. Aurora sent me a perfume. Thank you very much. That's probably just what I needed in this hot, sticky room. Danny's wrote, it'd be great to hear the Anunnaki gods' names as Greek gods, please. Didn't already cover this one, but you're going to make me go through all of them, aren't you? I can't. I wouldn't be able to remember them all off the top of my head. Sorry. Mosh has wrote, anything's in the closet. I'm guessing that's to me. Only the ex-wife. Sorry, moving on. Marsha's wrote, is the Torah the original? So the Torah is actually made up of 5 different books, from what I recall reading. And some of those were from, not Aramaic, Akkadian, I think, texts. Forgive me if I'm getting this wrong. I'm getting tired now. Some of the Torah is correct, but again, they are copies, if I remember, off of original text. So always go back to the Sumerian text first, and then look forward and see if you can match up anything from that. I can't remember. I mean, Torah's, there's a lot of stuff in that. As I say, there's 5 books to make the Torah, if I remember correctly. So I couldn't name exactly everything from the Torah. Sean has wrote, definitely fallen angels. They still outdate the text you speak of. Oh, Sean, don't do this to me. You're gonna make you look like a numpty. Oh, I hate doing this. But it's when people say words like definitely fallen angels, and they outdate the text you speak of. So I have to educate you. So the oldest known text is the Sumerian cuneiform. There's no getting around that. That is it. Fully fledged language suddenly appeared. Now, when the Sumerian tablets talk, when I say Sumerian tablets, they would, the ones we're talking about, or the ones that the Anunnaki told the humans to scribe. When they talked about the Oigi coming down from Mars to Mount Sinai, stealing women, having battles with them, blah blah blah. They don't call them fallen angels. Do you know why? Because they weren't fallen angels. It's what we've translated. They called them the Oigi. Do you see the problem there? So when you then roll forward until someone eventually changes the name from Oigi to fallen angels, that's the text you're referring to, not the older text. You can't get any older than Sumerian cuneiform. So that's why there's no fallen angels in there, because they call them by the proper name, which was the Oigi. Sorry, hate doing that to people, but if you just research, you would have come up with that. Danny's wrote, what race of aliens fly the orb spaceship? Yeah, Danny, sorry, I don't know that one. I wish I did. A couple of people's talking to each other. Sorry, still scrolling down. Fakes wrote, how many accounts do you have of truth to the truth person? Must be over 20. I'm guessing people are blocking the truth, maybe, for him to keep coming back with different accounts. I don't know. Moshe has wrote, is the Bible made up too? No, the Bible's not. The Bible is a copy of a copy of a copy of the original text. But because of the different languages in between, it got things wrong. And that's fine, it's not, it tried. So the Bible was genuinely trying to say, hey, look, these are, it's like us translating now off of the Hebrew. We're translating third hand, because obviously the Hebrew was translated off of Aramaic, which was off of Babylonian, which was off of cuneiform. So no, it's not made up. It tried to do it the best it could with the limited knowledge they had of the various things back then. Mosh has wrote tablets. Question mark. Sorry, yawning. Tablets. I'm not sure what that question is. I think that was talking to someone else. Liam's wrote to Peach, you need to speed up and learn how to miss a few comments. I do, but the problem is, by the time I've read out the comment, it's too late, because then I've read it. Mosh has wrote, what are they? I'm guessing you're referring to the Sumerian cuneiform tablets. Have a Google of Sumerian cuneiform tablets. Hundreds of thousands of them found, many in different locations now, and many have been translated, which tell us stuff that the Bible kind of tries to tell us. Moshe wrote, like the Ten Commandments. Ten Commandments tablets technically weren't part of the tablets that we're talking about, but yes, 10 Commandments would have been still told to by Enki, which apparently the first word on the 10 Commandments is Enki, who was one of the Anunnaki. So, but not many people want to bother mentioning that, because obviously it brings up the Anunnaki. D Babies wrote, where can one find these tablets? Watch my videos. I point to where they are, I point to what they talk about, and I point to various people doing the translations of them. So yeah, I know it's a cop out saying watch my videos, but it's too long to say. The humor release is here, the thing is in there, da, da, da. And I'm getting tired, as you can probably tell. Lewis has wrote, I'm learning, boss. Hi, Lewis. Nice of you to join. Vikings wrote paganism. Something I've not looked into too much. My daughter's probably more into that than me. She's a practicing witch, or as I like to call her, just a witch. Sometimes when she annoys me. But no, I don't. You've got me on that. I'm not. That hasn't come up in my research for sort of paranormal or aliens and stuff. I'm not saying there isn't. It just hasn't come up on my radar for me to look into in that way. Sorry. Winnie's wrote, can't wait to see the tablets in the in the history museum. I was gonna go last Friday, but my daughter got COVID, believe it or not. So we didn't go. So I actually took a day off work and everything, and then didn't go. So I was looking forward to it. So I might go one day next week. Harpreet wrote, what do you mean Lucifer was before Jesus? Sounds interesting. Right, so you've got you had, well, one of two people that Lucifer could have been. So basically, Anzu, who was Alalula's grandson, he started a revolt that caused a space war between the Aegi. This is prior to the Aegi coming down stealing women. So Anzu started a revolt with the Aegi. Basically, they were being treated bad. Now, the Aegi are basically the younger, in my opinion, just because of the carvings of them without beards. They were the younger Anunnaki, which were the ones that was dumped on Mars in the end after this battle. So they basically got whipped up a storm by Anzu, who was deliberately doing that. So that's one take on who Lucifer could have been, and he ended up coming down, taking the Tablet of Destiny, and there's also carvings of him and Ninurta. However, they put a mask over. He had, if you look at the stone drawings, it's he's got wings and you can't see Anzu's face. It's got an eagle's head on it, whereas Ninurta, who went after him and got him, and was dressed normally with a spear or something in his hand, if I remember correctly. Excuse me, he's yawning. So he was one of them, and then there was a possibility that the leader of the Aegi, when they were on the moon, some thousand or couple of, hang on, give me a time frame. Say 100,000 years later, was on the moon. Now there was a series of people on there, but there was one main person that said, "Let's go down. You don't have to come with me. What I'm going to do, could end up me getting in serious trouble, and they could probably kill me for doing it." And then all the other Aegi says, "No, we'll come with you. We'll come with you." So that's another possible Lucifer if you're going to go down by the who is the bad one that would have been classed as Lucifer. So I can't remember the second guy's name. Sorry, it's out there. The information is out there. Danny wrote, Jesus means Hal Zeus. Never heard that before, actually, Danny. Zeus. Danny wrote, Zeus is Enlil, the Anunnaki god. I would agree with that. Cameron has wrote, who translated those original tablets? Many different people have. So I don't know which particular tablets you're referring to, but many people have. In fact, there's a computer system out there now that can actually translate the cuneiform. Obviously, you need a good scan of it, not just a photograph, but it can translate cuneiform tablets. So, yeah, many people over the years have done it. Liam's wrote to Danny, some Spanish people today have the name Jesus. Laugh out loud. Liam's wrote to Cameron, brilliant question. But I'm 45 minutes behind, Liam said, sorry. Danny's wrote, has nothing to do with what I've started, does it? I'm not sure what that's referring to. Stated, so yeah, sorry, that was to do with Jesus. You tell I'm getting tired. Just scrolling down now, try and get some questions. Danny's right, I can't believe I asked the question you don't have the answer to. Yeah, I don't know everything, sorry. I try, but yeah. Just going down to questions. Danny's right, I don't know. The crafts can be small basketball size, but then... so the basketball size ones are, from everything that I've learned from my own research, Linda Moulton Howe's, etc., etc., the basketball ones are sentient beings, but probably either older or in charge of more than, in other words, probably a higher plane of existence than the smaller tennis ball ones. Danny's wrote, can blow up in size to something the size of a transit van. I've never heard of a basketball one blowing up big. If you've got any sort of evidence of that, if you could point me to it, I'd be very interested to know that. Liam's wrote to Danny, I've seen one, they have greys inside. If you're referring to the bigger ones, I'd be interested to know more about that, if you've seen one with a grey inside. Danny's, I'm not sure if lights emit the orbs or just light. Yeah, sorry, I'm just whizzing down. One series wrote, greetings and salutations to all, just here to listen if you don't mind, but thank you for your time. He or she does that all the time, just pops on, says hello, and listens quietly and probably chuckles to him or herself. Lewis has wrote, there is multiple dimensions. I have travelled using astral projections plenty of times. Yeah, someone else said that, but I then pointed out something and they went, okay, you might be right. So when you say you travel through a different dimension, is it not possible? Now, you're probably aware of quantum entanglement, which means one thing here can turn off or on somewhere else in the other end of the universe. Now, is it possible that you may have just ended up in the other end of the universe as opposed to a different dimension? Do you see what I'm saying? So just because something looks different, you've assumed that it's a different dimension. But is it not possible that you're still in our dimension, but you're just, in the blink of an eye, gone to the other end of the universe, which apparently can happen if you do the quantum entanglement. So I'm just throwing that out there. So when you say there is multiple dimensions, I'm just throwing that out there that you might not be, and you may just be still in our universe. But Lewis has wrote there, is this side by side? Danny's wrote, no, definitely a solid sentient craft. Just trying to scroll to questions. Liam's wrote, what if the tablets were made up just like the Bible and there was tablets before them? If the tablets were before them and they were copies of tablets before them, whoever translated them hasn't got anything wrong, unlike the Bible. In other words, there's nothing that's ambiguous, there's nothing that's left out that you'll go, that doesn't make sense. So if there were older tablets, and they translated older tablets, then it seems to me that they would have got them spot on. But I can't see anyone doing older tablets. I mean, we've found hundreds of thousands. British Museum's got 130,000 alone. So that's a hell of a lot of tablets to copy from and spread around, with lots of people learning the translations from whatever it was before. Yeah, I can't see that. Danny's great if you be great if you could do a short vid on that Outer History. I'm not sure what that was referring to, Danny. Sorry. Sorry, I'm not sure what I was talking about at that point for you to say that. Dev has wrote, read Alex Cowley, he tells you what they are. Again, that's just someone else's opinion of whatever. I will rather always go back to the original tablets, clairvoyants, medium spiritualists, and my own 40 years of research. So unless Alex Crowley says aliens are aliens and each one of them is different, and there's no demons because there's no such thing as a demon, because there's no such thing as a monster. Think about a monster. What is a monster? Anything you want it to be, you're just scared of. Yeah, you're right. So that's why I would never read anyone else's writing like that, because he will just give me his opinion as opposed to my learned opinion. Danny's right. Alistair Crowley was evil, so evil is the Freemasons kicked him out. Danny's right. Thank you for the answers. No problem at all. I try my best. You may not agree with them. Danny wrote, Jesus means how Zeus. And then Danny wrote, Jesus is really Yeshua. 20 minutes before bed, just wrote, are giants waking up right now? Are the giants? Are you referring to Nephilim type giants or the Anunnaki? Because the Anunnaki were 8 to 12 foot tall. Anunnaki, no. Nephilim, probably in caves somewhere that the military would have now been smoking them out a long time ago. Bearing in mind the Kandahar giant story, even though we only found out about it fairly recently, was at least 10 years ago that it actually happened. So Danny's wrote, the Bible wants you to worship Enlil, Amun Ra and Anu. Hillary's wrote, tardigrades are fascinating. Where have I heard the word tardigrades from? I've heard of it. I remember it. I can't remember what it was. Why I can't remember what tardigrades was. I've heard of it. I guess I'm tired now. Liam's right. There's only one true God, and it's Joe Rogan. Thank you, Fake, for pointing out to 20 minutes before bed that I am way behind. Hillary's right. Can't wait to be a film star. Hold on to a couple of weeks, and there'll be so much more information out there for you guys. Liam's wrote Draco Malfoy. I'm guessing you're referring to the Draconis reptilians. Right, just gonna scroll down. Hillary's wrote, we're still here. We can hear you. We can hear you. Oh, good, because sometimes my phone makes it seem like it's dead. Parvers wrote, do you think the J Webb telescope will find some alien life? It probably already has, but there's no way on this planet they're going to tell you that they found alien life, because as soon as they do that, that means all the secret people being abducted, all the free energy, everything else will just the elites will crumble. So no, they can't do that. Peach has said cheeky sod. Sorry if it was me, Peach. Well, nothing intentional. Well, I'm an hour and a half behind, so it's not. It's live, honest. Just scrolling down. Peach is chatting to people. Lils gave a little blue heart. Thank you. Fake gynecologist is right. I'm not stalking you at all. I think I said something about he or she knows a lot about me. Liam's wrote, hurry up, I'm missing Love Island. Sorry, I'm sure that's more important than me. RZ's wrote, aliens aren't demons, but demons are aliens. Okay, we got another one that's throwing out a different version of it there. Hillary and Liam sent me loads of roses. I'm just going to pick a couple more, and then I'll have to finish, unfortunately, because I'm supposed to put my boy to bed and I've got work tomorrow. Liam's wrote, English and German are the most well-rounded races, logical and intelligent, but also good at sport. Okay, I was with you up until the logical and intelligent, but when we got to the sport part, I'll bow out on that one myself. TYT has wrote, hi TYT. Dixie's wrote, is there a place to read English version of Sumerian tablets with this information? The best thing to do is either watch my videos. I know it sounds silly, but I break down various things like the Eye of Horus, etc., which the other tablets doesn't sort of equate to. So that's one way of doing it. Or I always tell people to start with the Lost Book of Enki, which is already translated. And then go back and watch my videos because it'll make so much more sense, adding extra bits to that. And I also, in my videos, explain how Zecharia Sitchin was spot on, as opposed to, because if you go and read anyone else, they'll say, or some people say that Sitchin was a liar, but I've proved time and time again that he was spot on, absolutely spot on. And I prove it by having other people read the same tablets, notable people such as the curator of the British Museum, read it and say exactly the same. So start with the Lost Book of Enki. For those of you that's new here or whatever, want to find out more, I have got a website that's got all the videos, which is nice and easy to watch. It's got podcasts and links to pages and books and all sorts of stuff. That's called outtruehistory.co.uk. So just add .co.uk at the end of it, outtruehistory.co.uk, and you can see the podcasts. You can link to the Spotify ones from there or whatever you want to do. Just scrolling down, a couple more questions. Dixie's wrote, why do spirits in exorcism say they are demons and not just evil spirits of a dead person? Why do spirits in exorcism say they're demons? If they do say that, I don't recall any of them saying that, but if they do recall that, the spirits that you're asking for help are people that are still in that orb. So you'll be talking to a human. So if I said to you, and you've passed and you're a spirit, and I said to you, what's that? Why is that person being possessed? What would you say? You would say it's a demon. You wouldn't say it's a Conjal, which is probably its original name instead of a jinn, for example. So it's telling us words that we would probably know if they even say that. I don't recall spirits ever saying they're demons. So you could have, priests saying that person's been possessed by a demon, but then again, it's just our phrase of the word. It's like when I say,
someone has sent you a WhatsApp.
Sorry about that. When I say, thank God for that, doesn't mean I believe in it or doesn't mean anything. It just means it's a phrase I use. And of course, demon, you would use that when it's something you're unaware of. So that's my take on that. Just trying to scroll down. Joey's wrote, do you honestly think your consciousness does not live on when you die? So do you honestly think your consciousness does not live on when you die? No, so your consciousness or everything that you've learned and your being is connected to this orb that joins with you. When you die, that orb leaves, but that orb has now got you connected to it, just like a hard drive. You transfer one hard drive to another, everything's on there. Doesn't mean that you originally copied, so everything that you... So if I brought over a hard drive right now from somewhere else and copied everything from my computer onto this new hard drive, then took that hard drive back somewhere else, it's got everything on there, but it doesn't mean that's where it come from on that hard drive. It means it's got a copy of it, but it's not... My computer is the one that downloaded all the software, downloaded the music, whatever it did. That is now just a copy. And that's the same way I see light energy beings. So once you die, you are now on this hard drive. You're floating around, you're doing whatever, kicking glass off people's tables or whatever. But then you eventually, at some point or another, you cross over again to a second plane. And that's when spiritualists, mediums, and clairvoyants lose you. That's it. You cannot... No one can... Other spirits say to the clairvoyants, he's crossed over or she's crossed over. And that's it. Once they cross over, the orb takes control back. You are just a memory in that orb now. So when you orb goes round and goes in someone else and they have a reincarnation or a hypno-regression, your life goes in their head as a memory, but it wasn't again with them. It wasn't their life. People will say, oh, I used to be Cleopatra. I used to be this. I used to be... No, you're remembering a life that's stuck inside that hard drive that's now inside you. If that makes sense. So, yeah. That's, Fakes wrote, I need to go to the shop, but I don't want to miss anything. I'll be quick. Oh, bless you. Kelly's right. How did you lose our knowledge, history, and believe what history we are told? Sorry. How did you lose our knowledge, history, and believe what history we are told now? I'm guessing that's now instead of no. I'm told no. I'm guessing that's a general question of what... So basically, certain factions out there are in charge of our, schools, our schooling, what we actually learn at school, in charge of universities, etc. Starts with rock, ends with fellas. Once you realise that they're in charge of museums, etc., you realise that, and you see things that they've got involved in and was trying to change and stuff like that. But basically, you do research, and then you realise that, okay, there might be a slightly different narrative to what we're being told if one particular faction is in charge of what we're being told. And then you do your research, you go back to the original of everything. So I know people hate me saying this, but go back to the original. Do not go to a copy of a copy of a copy. If there's an original version, go to that. Research that, look into that, and then that's what you'll find as pretty much the true history that we've got. Game players wrote, so if Anunnaki were on Mars, who's on Nibiru? No, there was only originally 900 Anunnaki came here. 300 stayed in Mesopotamia. 300 went to Nibiru. 300 went to... I'm tired now. 300 went to South Africa to mine, and 300 went on Mars as an away station, which was the Aegis. So there was still plenty of Anunnaki still on Nibiru. They didn't all leave. Kelly's wrote, it's like we have missed a bit of our history. Yeah, unfortunately. John Miners wrote, so if our planet is so rich in minerals, why did they leave? They were only after the gold. That's what they came here for. That's what they mined. We've got evidence of their mines, believe it or not. We've got evidence they were here. And then they went back to some of them went back to the home planet. Some of them ended up being mingled into our society over, 3,000-4,000 years, from the last period of when they had the demigods. So, yeah, they weren't here to, take anything else other than gold. I know it sounds crazy, but they obviously had everything they wanted. Chewy's wrote 937. Is Hercules and Jesus the same dude, both with 12 labours? That's a good question, actually. I wouldn't have said so, because Hercules had issues with Hera, um, whereas Jesus, I wasn't aware of having any issues. So just from that alone, um, I probably would have said no. Also, obviously, the areas were different and the times were different. So Hercules would have been, 2,500 years, give or take, before Jesus was around. So I would probably say no. But when you realise what the Anunnaki are like, they like their tasks, they like their wrestling, and so it doesn't, that the tasks could have. I mean, even Asterix had the 12 tasks of Asterix, if you remember them. But yeah, so there was tasks flying around basically. Royers wrote, "I take it you're a redhead." I think that was because I was talking about. Oh bloody hell, am I that far behind? Um, Dallas. What's her surname? Dallas Cunningham. I don't know if that's a surname, but anyway, the daughter of Richard Cunningham, who was in the Fonz, who's now a film director. But I mentioned that she's a film director and she's got red hair, and I said she's quite attractive for a redhead. I'm not saying that's, I'm just saying she's quite attractive. That came out wrong, didn't it? Like for a redhead. But then again, so is Karen Gilliam, the bird that was in Doctor Who and in Marvel movies. She's redhead and she's pretty. So I'm not saying that redheads are not pretty. No, I was just saying redhead lives matters only because every other race throws in their 2p's worth, and I always find that redheads get the raw end of the deal. They can still have jokes made about them on stage, and everyone laughs. But you say about any other race, and they get up in the arms, and I think that's unfair because redheads will have feelings just as the other people do. So, you can't have it one way for you lot and another way for redheads. You have to say everyone has feelings. You can't just still. Because back in the day, we used to, have English, Irish, and Scottish jokes. And of course, we've stopped doing those now because the Irish didn't like them, and rightly so. So that's why I always throw out, whenever someone mentions the colour of someone's hair as red, I always say redhead lives matter because it's unfair that they still get treated badly in this day and age. Sorry about that. I know it was a little rant, but I just like people to be fair. Chewy's wrote devil dog sounds in the background. Yeah, little 1 foot bloody cocker-poodle thing, and another cocker spaniel, whatever it is. I don't know. They're not mine. Just scrolling down, one or two more questions. Donna, have you ever thought about interviewing experiences? I have. Back in the day, 80s and 90s, early 90s, I was. We used to have these fanzines magazines that were sent over from different places that would talk about people's experiences and stuff. And sometimes they would have a contact page, so you'd be able to contact the people direct. So yes, I have. I've been doing this for a long time. Users wrote, "No, you're not muted." So it must have been the person was talking about. Someone must have blocked him. Thank you for that. Lewis wrote, "Oh my god, I love Joan Armatrading, misspelling." Yeah, I still can't spell her name. Yeah. Oh god, that was back in '93. I think I was doing that. So yeah, been doing many things for a long time. Ashan's wrote, "Hi, I'm new here. What's your view on aliens?" Oh, it's a long story. Watch my videos, but yeah, there's definitely aliens. I wish I'd give you more time, seeing as you knew, but I should have finished half hour ago. Yeah, there's aliens. Watch my videos. I sort of cover different types of aliens, what kind of craft they fly, I even talk about the SUM 101, which is a special operations manual on what the military do when they find a craft. Oh no, that's SUM 101 videos on my Patreon page. Sorry, but I do. That sounds like an advert, doesn't it? But I do talk about aliens a lot on TikTok, so feel free to watch from video one onwards. Also cover Bigfoot and all sorts of stuff. Jay Richards, right? I have an abduction story as well as another terrifying ET encounter. I have got on my website. There's a page that says podcasts, and when people can send in to me if you want an audio recording or video, and I'll just take the audio of a story that someone has, and then when there's 2 or 3 stories, I put them together and put them on the website and on YouTube and that, so people can listen to them, because I know people like listening to stories. I do. I love listening to sort of genuine stories of anything to do with abductions or that. So if you want, just go on my website and you'll see contact me page, and just send me an audio file if you want. Matt has wrote, have you ever had an encounter with an alien? Already kind of covered that 3 hours ago, so I won't bore you with that, but I'm not sure. Something happened, I'm not sure. I know it sounds rude me cutting you off, but I really need to go and put my boy to bed. Right, okay, 2 more questions then. Jay Richards wrote, you get a crazy tingling sensation. Reality, it turns fake. You feel like everyone is just acting. I've obviously missed something there. Just scrolling down. Red says, wrote, mods. Any way you can highlight questions to help our host keep up? That's not a bad idea, is it? Instead of me reading out people's things that end up, because until I've read it out, I don't know whether it's a question or not. So it's not a bad idea, is it? I don't know if there is, but and then fake gynecologist has wrote, you mean like this, and he's put a pin on it. That's interesting. Well done. Stuck in Snow Globe has wrote, Globe Dome or no? No, absolutely not. The firmament was atmosphere. It was in the ancient text, Sumerian text. Unfortunately, someone's hijacked that and changed it into an impenetrable dome, even though we've got craters in Mexico showing that meteorites came through and smashed. We've got massive craters, a mile wide, but we can't talk about that. We don't talk about Bruno. Sorry, just scrolling down. Stickmaster's been sending me many things, even a thunder hammer. Thank you for that. You just scrolling down. Joe Rich Major loud siren. That sounds like his story to his abduction. Please do if you want. Please do an audio recording. I'd love to hear it. Just 2 more questions. I keep saying 2 more, and it ends up being more.
WhatsApp. Someone has sent you a WhatsApp.
GR8 Dana's wrote, what came first? Not sure whether that you're referring to aliens or demons or whatever. I'm not sure what your questions regarding. If it's regarding the Anunnaki and humans, obviously Anunnaki. Oh right, Great Danes wrote, what happened before humanity? Nothing. There was no other civilizations. I know you hear people saying, but these are people. Forgive me for saying this. These are uneducated people. And when I say uneducated, trust me, I'm not educated at all. But it's people that's not researched. They'll just say there was previous civilizations and we've had reset after reset, but we haven't. The only evidence we've got is the Sumerians, and that's it. And then forward from there, there's not one bit of evidence that predates the Anunnaki coming here in terms of any kind of civilization. So what happened before humanity was hominids and dinosaurs and or whatever else was out there. Mary's wrote, I agree. Mary's wrote, talk about Atlantis, please. Okay, so I'll just do this and then one more question. The good news is we've got enough evidence to point that Atlantis was a place that the Anunnaki built. And I know people don't want to hear that because they'll go along with the lines of Dolores Cannon, for example, who says, oh, there was Lemurians. All she's done was picked a name and said it. And, of course, no one can doubt her because she'd done a lot of research on other stuff. But where she didn't have the answers to, she made up stuff. Whereas I would never do that, and I went by the original text, which she's never read. You can tell she's never read the Sumerian text, where they talk about building cities in concentric circles. So we've got the concentric circle part of Plato's Atlantis, which is correct, which is exactly how the Anunnaki build their cities. Then we've got the time frame. Then we've got the Emerald Tablets of Thoth talking about that he came, Thoth, which was Ningazida, that came from Atlantis, wasn't called Atlantis back then. Another name that we've changed, but so he came from there because they was going to blow it up, and he talks a bit about Atlantis being sunk because of the destruction that was rained upon it. So again, we've got another evidence there that there was a place, and we obviously know that there was nuclear weapons. So we've got evidence of nuclear weapons from isotopes and the green glass that would have been produced from nuclear blast, and we've got the evidence from the stone tablets as well as the Bible that talks about the radiation poisoning that was burning people's eyes and killing plants, and which they called a plague, but obviously people didn't have a clue what radiation poisoning was. And then also we know other places that did also have the nukes. India was one of them. So, and some people say that that's why, and forgive me, it's not derogatory. I never try and be derogatory, so if it comes across, it's not meant to be. Some people say that that's why there's a lot of deformities because of the radiation that would have been in their waters, etc., etc. I don't know about that. I don't know whether that's, correct or not, but I do know that there was a nuclear weapon there, and scientists agree that there was as well. So Atlantis was basically a place for the Anunnaki and some humans that were there, another city basically, and they ended up moving away from there. Eddie's wrote, who did the Anunnaki worship? I don't think they worshipped anyone. I think they was aware of something they called the creator of everything. So it's not, they didn't sit there and, pray or anything like that, but they do talk about the creator of everything occasionally. But what that creator of everything is, I mean, for all I know, it could be a computer. It could be anything. Right, one last question. Isabella has wrote, I love this stuff like this. Thank you for Isabel. It's fascinating, isn't it? Just scrolling down then. So before I do with the last question, just pointing out one more time, ourtruehistory.co.uk has got live chats, got videos, links, various other bits and pieces. Eddie's wrote, in the Book of Enoch, the Anunnaki mention the creator of all. Who is that to them? That's all they kind of mention. The creator of everything. So I have no idea what they're referring to. Little Greys call it source or creation. Again, doesn't really sound like an almighty being. But the Emerald Tablets of Thoth describe a scenario similar to the Big Bang. But again, what was before that? What created the Big Bang? We don't know. So, yeah, I can't answer that, I'm afraid. Mary's wrote, you should all read the book from Dolores Cannon, Between Life and Death. It will open your mind. I have read many of Dolores's books. Think she's right on a lot of things, but where she doesn't know the answer, she believes in heaven. Well, she doesn't believe in heaven. She went along with the word heaven because A, she didn't do her homework on the Anunnaki tablets, and B, it's easier to go along with the populace than it is to go against them if you want people to keep buying your books. Forgive me for saying that, but yeah, when you talk to a clairvoyant medium spiritist, all of the decent ones that actually are proper none of them will tell you there's a heaven or hell, and if they do, walk away. They're fake. So yeah, so Dolores was great on many things until she didn't know the answers to things and she made it up, in my opinion. Mary's wrote, and then Dolores Cannon, The Convoluted Universe. Like I say, it's great on many things. I learned a lot from her that I verified later on with other resources, but some of the things that she said just you can't verify because it's just literally made up. And unfortunately, then people use her, information that she's made up, that stick it on the internet, and then other people research and see it on the internet and see Dolores, and they think, well, that's got to be right. So there were Lemurians. Our true history, you're talking crap because it says so on the internet that Lemurians were here at the same time as the Atlanteans, which is wrong because the Atlanteans were here at the same time as the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki would have had something to say about the fact that there was wars going on between Atlanteans, which would have been a different race than the Anunnaki, and the Lemurians. There wasn't, basically. We've got enough evidence to prove what I said earlier. Okay, one last question. Hayes has wrote, TBF, there isn't much in regards to evidence that human race can't fabricate. Makes you wonder. Yes, but if you go along with that analogy, then everything's fake. The Bible's fake, I could say. Tesla cars is, do you know what I mean? You could just go along with that. But when you've got hundreds of thousands of stone tablets buried that talked about planets that we didn't know about until 200 years after finding the tablets, you can't say they're fake. Okay, last question then. Solo Life wrote, black screen. Sorry, my I've got a case around my phone and it keeps going funny sometimes. Sorry, people are chatting to each other. Wacky Whiz Fishers wrote, you have two Part 84s, by the way. You have two Part 84s. Not sure what that is, but you've been listening for a hell of a long time by the looks of it. This is number 2. So thank you for bearing with me. Right, okay, this probably have to be my last one because I should have put my boy in bed 44 minutes ago. Hand Heart has wrote, I feel anyone with white skin is allowed to be racially slurred these days. On the advice of my lawyer, I'm not allowed to answer that. But I'll let everyone else make up their minds on that. Sorry, Hand on Heart, I can't, as you can appreciate, I can't say one way or another my thoughts. Okay, that wasn't really a question, so I just... Christina's wrote, you need to recharge. Thank you, yes. Harpreet said, bye, yeah, I should really be going. Okay, I was just trying to find one more question. Vikings wrote, how about biblical connections? What's your take on aliens together with the Bible? And that was at 11:37. Oh, wow, I nearly caught up. Or 23:37, yeah, plus 2, yeah. Aliens in the Bible. Watch next week on my live chat. I know I'm copping out, but I'm doing a live chat with someone about the Bible at 5 p.m. next Saturday. Um, so that person's going to be telling me the Bible is talking about an almighty being, and I'll be mentioning aliens and Anunnakis and whatever else. So please watch that, or listen in. It's going to be a great thing, and hopefully that'll answer some of your questions then. Liam's come back and wrote, "Are you still on?" Yeah, I know. I should have been gone a long time ago. My boy's sitting in the front room watching probably Stranger Things, maybe, which will probably scare him to pieces. Christina's right. I think we are the creators. What you've put creators, but I think you mean creators. Um, Not sure what that was referring to, creators. Metal has wrote, great show, many thanks. You're welcome, Danny. Different Danny this time. Aliens is our deep sea life. Yeah, there's many people out there that think sort of the octopus. Bearing in mind, the octopus was one of Poseidon's creatures that he supposedly created, if I remember correctly, along with dolphins, which are also highly intelligent. So maybe there's something to that. Maybe there is something to that, in fact. Also, mermaids he apparently created. Well, did he create them, or was he? Yeah, I think he created them. User 72 wrote Bros on his third last question. I feel bad letting not answering people's questions. Fakers wrote yes to mod. Okay, wow, was I that far behind? Okay, I don't want to do what I accidentally done to someone else. I blocked them once. Okay, hopefully that's done. Thank you, Fake. Metals wrote last question. What's all this life about? It's a fair question, even though you wrote laugh out loud. The way I've seen it is we are here just as, an ant is, just as any creature is. You just live your best you can. We're not going round and round. That light energy being that Thoth talked about, that basically is eternal, that's the thing that goes round and round. So make the most of what you've got, because we really only have one of these. Lewis is right. Thank you. Good night. Harpreet, thank you, mate, for teaching us and being so kind. Oh, thank you. Roy is right. Always enjoy your lives, man. Oh, thank you, guys. You don't have to be nice to me. Thank you, though. Fake, no, you just didn't use every other time I said. And I'm too tired to understand that one. Redicast wrote, one of your best lives, mate, and the longest one I've watched. Ah, thank you. Right, okay, right, I'm going to shoot then. Thank you, everybody, and I'll catch you. Don't forget that live at 5 o'clock next Saturday. Christina's right, absolutely brilliant. Thank you for your knowledge. You're more than welcome. It's a shame, sort of, I'm only doing sort of targeting one video at a time, one subject at a time, but it seems to get more interest than doing loads of things. And Nicholas sent me some hearts. Thank you. All right, okay, I'm going to shoot before I start reading out everyone's thank you messages. All right, take care, guys. Thank you. Bye.